Squint your eyes and look closer. I'm not pretending when your ambition. I am a poster girl with no poster. I am 32 flavors and then some. Squint your eyes and look closer. I'm not pretending when your ambition. I am a poster girl with no poster. Maybe I can't get hungry. You're I am 32 flavors of moonshine. God help you if you aren't got it. Pretty is also one thing. Cause everyone harbors a secret of hatred. But the prettiest girl in the world. And God help you if you are a phoenix and you dare to rise up from the ash. A thousand under the smoke, there's jealousy. You are just flying. Taking my chances, just say come on, better just play the dimension. Don't believe I am somewhere. Never try to give my life meaning, the meaning of you. And I would like to state for the record, I did everything that I could do. I am beyond your peripheral vision, so you might want to turn your head. And someday you'll probably stop and be anything all of the world that you just said.
All right, all right, all right. We are getting it started in here. Y'all better put these glowers and bombs up. Y'all already know what time it is. It is F-Bomb Friday. Now, I think my I think my guest might have taken a nap too long and has may have retired early. She is an essential worker. She is a nurse, but I do want to share a little of her story just in case she does come in here. But we're going to unpack tonight because let me tell y'all, the reason why this has really been on my heart lately is because I got it. I'm going to be very, very honest, y'all. I'm going to be very honest. You know, growing up, thank you so much. Hey, Northern Bell, girl, where have you been? Oh my gosh. Northern Bell, email me. Email me. I have something for you, sis. Email me. I have not seen you in months. In months. Oh my gosh. Oh, your son got a new guitar. So cute. So cute. You know, I love that baby boy. And I see my girl is coming through here with the bombs. Thank you so much, Baby Chain Gang. So, so the couple in the middle there, right? The Lovings, literally their real names, the Lovings. Mildred is the male. I forget what the female. I forget what the male's name is. I have to go back and do my. It might have been Richard, right? Wasn't it Richard? No, Annabelle, make sure you email me. I'm gonna put my I'm putting my I just put my email up and I'm gonna put it on the screen so you have it. And also, guess what you get, girl, tonight? Because it's been a minute. You are officially wrenched up, sis. We don't call them wrenches here. We call them torches. So light your light, okay? Light your light and light it up for other people, for someone else, right? So I think his name is Richard, and the reason why I'm really leaning towards there is because y'all know my daddy's name is Richard. My daddy's name is Richard, so I have an affinity for Richards in general. Serena and Venus's daddy also named Richard. You know, so Richards are cool guys. Richards are cool guys. So that is Richard and Mildred Loving. I think Richard. I'm just gonna make him an honorary Richard. If his name is not Richard, I don't care. I'm not playing tonight. So yes, you are rinsed up. You are rinsed up. So yeah. I gotta be honest, you know, because y'all know I don't have too many. I honestly I do a lot of but I do a lot of community work, but when it comes to coming home and having friends, like I don't really have that. You know, I'm telling you, my babies are really who I give, you know, my undivided attention to. When they get it, you know, we go on dates together, and that's right. He looks like a Richard. Let me highlight that. Let me highlight that. He looks like a Richard. He does. So the reason why I have them on the screen though is because, you know, last week in this day in divestment history, they actually took a deal. Well, they didn't take the deal, but they fought the deal. They fought a plea bargain to leave Virginia for 25 years, face a year of incarceration, and then go to trial. They fought it. And I don't want to give it away for y'all who haven't seen the movie or who know the story, know the history, but it's a very good story about their triumph for their relationship, because she is fully African American. There was some rumors, I think, like a couple of years ago when the movie, the relaunch came out, you know, because they did another version of it. But in the original version, y'all, Timothy Hutton played Richard, honorary Richard, and Lela Rochon, you know, played Mildred. So there was no question. But in this particular reboot, I think the actress that they used was mixed or biracial, if I'm not mistaken. And so there was some rumor floating around that she was, and you know, and I'm like, no. You know, we can go back to the original story. She was 100% African American. It was no black. I mean, it was no black and white situation. She was a black woman. He was a white man. But the reason why I think that's important is because when we talk about interracial relationships, we often, like even the day when I was looking for pictures, you know how many pictures just of black men and white women pulled up? And when you talk about making laws, and fighting for change, it was black women in this driver's seat. And Richard said full out, you know, I'm not leaving you. I'm not leaving her. I'm not and turned to her and said, I'm not leaving you. And that was a true story by the account of, you know, one of their sons. That was a true story. He was like, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving her in this fight. You know, like that's not going down. Not on Richard's watch. It was not going down. So, you know, I don't want to just say I'm getting up here and I'm glorifying, you know, this interracial relationship. But what I do want to say is that there is something that does need to be noted, and we need to really stop discounting that the relationship, the interracial relationship that so many, you know, for lack of a better term, like black men and white women become the poster child for, you know, interracial love. Behind some of the most critical fights for interracial relationships have been black women. You know, black women in plenty of communities, also in San Francisco, which I'm sure Tan John can tell us about, but black women and Asian men, black women in Texas, black women in Latin men, in South Florida. Y'all know that's where I come from. Black women and Latin men. I look, there is like really not that much of a history of black men fighting that love that they have somehow become the poster child for. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of odd. But the guest tonight was supposed to be right. It's very much promoted more so. It's very much promoted more so. It really is. And so I do want to discuss this tonight. I really want to discuss this, y'all. I want to be very honest and, like I said, very transparent with the conversation, because I am starting to just really, really understand what, I'm just really starting to understand what the critical situation that Black women that we are in. I'm just gonna put it out there. Can I put it out there like that? I mean, I'm gonna be really transparent tonight, y'all. Really transparent. I don't even know. I might even take this down, because like that's how much I want. Like after we finish the live, I might not even post this, because that's how much I want. I just really want to have a conversation, like an honest conversation, with my sisters, and my brothers can chime in too. Of course, I'm not booting anybody out of the room, but what I'm saying is that I really want to know, do my sisters feel this crunch? Do y'all feel this crunch? Because I can tell y'all, y'all know my age. I'm 42. I do like to, keep myself together. I like working out. I like being active. I like cooking good foods. I do think I think Richard was a king during the Crusades. I think so too. Hey, Tosh, you're here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Tosh, I don't know if you emailed me, because my email literally has not been updating for 3 hours. So Tosh is here. Great. Okay, so Tosh, I'm just going to drop the link. You all, Tosh is my guest for tonight. So I am so glad she made it. And Tosh, I'm sorry I couldn't get your picture up here, because like I said, my email, for some reason, it's been crazy. It hasn't updated for like 2 hours. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna kick the show off. So this is great. So Tosh, I'm dropping the link right now. When you click on it, you'll come up and you'll join me. So the link right now is for Tosh, but guys, we will open up this panel. But we're really, me and Tosh, we sat on the phone today, and I'm already nicknaming her. That's how deep we got. we got deep today on the phone. We'll give a little backstory about how we came to interact, how we came to be. But did you call me an old person, Snuggles? You are not calling me an old person, honey. I am all of vibrant, young 42. So I'll be young to somebody. Shoot. Okay. I'm young to Delroy Lindo. I'm young to Morgan Freeman. Yeah, Morgan Freeman was dating a young girl though a couple of years ago, right? Is he still with her? He was dating like, child, he was dating like she was in her early 30s, and they had been dating since she was in her mid 20s. So, but that's Morgan Freeman. But my girl is stepping up to the stage. I'm so excited, super excited. We're best friends now, y'all. We literally stayed on the phone for like 4 hours. We're best friends. Hey, sis.
Hi.
Hey, girl. I am so sorry you sent me any emails. My email has not updated. I don't know what's going on with it, but I said, you know what? I'm just going to get on here, and I pray she wakes up, because I said, but I know you work hard. So I said, if she misses this, we can do another one. But welcome. I'm so glad you made it. Really.
For having me on.
No, thank you. So I want to give the Glow Nation a little bit of backstory, and then I want us to really continue, because we were just having a really good conversation today. Exactly. And I want to continue with that. And look at you, so gorgeous. Oh my gosh, I'm getting chills looking at this picture, sis. Oh my gosh, too gorgeous. And I'm telling you, when you're today when we were talking and your husband was in that background, I was like, and he got the bass to the voice too. What, Tosh?
That's
Girl.
one thing that I loved about him when he called me the next day after we met, and I picked up the phone and I was like, "Hello," and he's like, yes.
No, girl. When he was talking to you today, I was like I sat up straight. Like that's the type of voice, like principal coming into the room. You put your back straight. Like we're not doing anything. We're just having
Yes,
we're
I
just having this.
loved his voice. I was
He
like,
has
"Oh
a
my god!"
beautiful voice. Oh my gosh, very regal sounding, but very that has a lot of conviction in his tone, as my grandmother would say. A lot of conviction in your tone. So, I love. So, okay, so this is the background of how me and Tosh became fast best friends. So, in my recommended, there was the video that I played for you all yesterday. Hey, Cynthia, I hope you're not in the back rows tonight, because definitely I would love to have you come up when we open up the panel. But so she made a comment, and her comment really resonated with me because she basically, and I hope everybody went to go watch that video. I hope you just didn't listen to it yesterday and you forgot about it. It's a really good video. I think Shoemake broke that down in such a way that it didn't come off as simping, right? It didn't come off as like that he was trying to pander. It really came off as like, bruh,
He was just
we
telling the truth about
he
what,
was just telling truth.
just
Yeah.
seeing out of, this is actually what is happening. So,
This is what it is. And I really love that, he has a real, can I just say, and I know I may sound like I'm like crushing, but I kind of am, but he has a real, like, he's a man's man. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't it wasn't something that I think like fellas could look at and be like, oh, that dude is, soft, and it just wasn't like that. He's a man's man. He had but he had great points in regards to how black women are waking up to what's going on, as far as black men just like, not trying to rise to the standards, and they're going where they're being celebrated, not just staying with who they're being tolerated by. And Tasha's comment resonated with me because she mentioned the fact that, look at this woman. This woman is gorgeous. She mentioned the fact that, hey, I had no problem attracting, Pookies and Ray Rays, but not to say that was my interest. But my problem was the fact that I was not attracting high value men. I'm not attracting high value men. So I met, and I love this comment. She said, "Oh, hey, Bo, Bo Diddley." She said she met her husband, and she gave her number to both her husband, who was not her husband at the time, y'all. So she gave her number to her husband, to her now husband, and a black man on the same day. But the next day, her husband called her, and she never heard from the black man again. So that stuck with me because I have been there. Like I have been there, not even like in my past, of course, but recently, just with Joe Cools. And that's what resonated with me so much. And so what I did was I commented on her comment, and then the people that were pouring in after her comment, it was just like I was always bing, 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 bing. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to review this video. And if you want to come on, and I just put it out there. And so when she called me today, y'all, I was like, you know what? It was just like, it could have been Nicki Minaj calling me. I was just like, oh my gosh, she actually called me. And so I said, I would love to have you on because, of course, we reviewed the video last night, but it would be great to have you on to talk about, first of all, that dynamic comment, and just the feedback, because, many other people started commenting, in support of what you were saying. And so that really resonated, because I said, I think Black women felt that. Like we felt that. Like it was like a collective, like, yeah, that's right. Because, it wasn't a question of, and I really love the way our conversation panned out today, because it's not a question of, oh, throw all these black men away. Like it's someone that genuinely would have wanted to be with a black man. But at the end of the day, like it said, you have to go with where you're being celebrated,
I was
not just where you're being tolerated.
exactly. If I was waiting on a man, I can't tell you. I don't know what my life would be. I have no idea. I met my husband, when I was 24 years old. So it's kind of like, well, I'm getting into the, how do they say it? Woof, woof time, I knew that, I
What they
was
call
going
it, hitting the
to
wall in the manosphere. Yeah.
hit the
Mm-hmm.
so, I mean, if I was still going to put that as my priority, then, who knows? Who knows how old I would have been? I have no idea. So you have to keep your options open. And I find that we do have this loyalty to black men. It is crazy, and it's something I didn't really notice until I start hearing people talk about it, and then I'm like, you know what? That's true. This is true. I went to school in a mostly white area, and all of those, uh, the popular guys, the smart guys, all the black guys or whatnot, they all coupled up with white girls. It's still to this day, they're same guys chasing white women. And then the ones that were kind of like hood and, considered hood, yeah, they chased all the black girls, but that it was like I wanted the ones that were smart, that had a head on their shoulders, like I want to go to college, I want to do this, that I have if I don't have parents that can afford to buy me a car, I have a job, so I'm working and getting my own car, and it's not believe it or not, we had gangs over in my area, and
Right.
all the stuff like that. And they're involved in these things. And my dad was like, no, ma'am, that's not, I was raised by a black man to have high standards. So I don't understand where these men come from that think that we shouldn't have high standards for the people that we choose. And then they'll say, oh, well, you ladies are choosing these low quality guys. No,
Right.
you don't understand. The low quality guys are what's coming to us. And they'll say, oh, look at this beautiful woman who's saying, because I think I was watching one channel and they were reviewing TikToks. And it was a couple of black women that were beautiful. And I'm talking gorgeous. And we're saying, hey, the good black men, the high value black men are not coming for me. And it was literally white men, like what I said, the guys that were actually of value were, of other races. And I turned them down. And especially the white guys. I wasn't attracted to white guys. I just wasn't really attracted to, white guys. It just wasn't my thing. And I wanted the black men, but the black men I wanted didn't want me. And I don't think I'm an ugly woman, so
No, you aren't. No, you aren't. And that's one of the main things, when I'm listening to let me qualify my statement. When I find myself coming across some videos, because I don't go looking for them, but every now and then I'll wind up on one of those like super manosphere type of chats or what have you. And it'll be something unexpected, but that always comes into play that, oh, it doesn't matter, because if you're a pretty woman, you'll get, the whole divestment issue is an ugly black woman problem. I've heard that. And I'm like, are we really playing games right now? Because in the past, the only people that you even heard of divesting were always like these really beautiful women. So are we really going to say that right now, that the divestment situation is an ugly girl problem?
exactly.
I'm like, what are we talking about, y'all? Like, what are we talking about? When they talked about divestment years ago, before it was called divestment, when it was still just called jungle love or interracial relationships, you
Yeah,
you always thought of the Halle Berrys, right? You always thought of the Dorothy Dandridges, regarded as the black Marilyn Monroe, but I said, let's switch that around. Marilyn Monroe was the white Dorothy Dandridge. Okay.
correct.
I mean, correct. So I'm like, that's an argument that I really hate to see keep resurfacing. That, what are these women looking like? That's the reason why they're having to divest. But carry on. I just wanted to express my chagrin with that entire argument that, oh, ugly women are the ones divesting.
Yeah, it's not true at all. So I really don't understand. I don't understand the dynamic of it. I know it's something I saw growing up. I didn't know what to call it. I thought, that, oh, okay, well, these are the guys that just black guys that live in white areas are like this. And then when I go out and go to college, and I went to two different colleges on my first degree. So um, the first college I went to was definitely much more mixed, and the college I graduated from was HBCU. And this is a mostly black college. You do have white people there. You have, and definitely Asians, because we had great technology school, and then the law school. So we did have some other races on campus, and again, the same thing. But I never paid it any attention until I'm sitting here and I'm listening and I'm going, wait a minute, that is what was happening. That's why all the time I was sitting back thinking I was an ugly duckling, because these guys who I thought were good looking and I thought were smart and I thought were all of these different things aren't paying me any attention. Um, it's weird, but I guess it is a psychology. I don't know. But it's very interesting. So my whole thing will be always keep your options open. I understand that you may be dedicated to black men and that's what you want, and there's nothing wrong with that. Definitely keep that as an option. If you meet a wonderful, great black man that fits your standards, because you can have standards about yourself. I think in my comment, I put, my husband appreciated my 2 degrees. He saw, and my husband's a high school graduate. He never saw that as me thinking I was better than him or more than him. And he actually brags about it all the time. Oh, well, my wife, she did this and she did that. And but when I hear black men talking about it, it's weird. It's like, it's almost as if they're like, we don't care. We don't care what you have. We don't care about your degrees. You don't need those. And it's like, really? Okay. So I don't know.
I'm putting all type of light bulbs up in the chat. Sis, you just touched on a nerve right there. I literally was having a conversation actually with somebody in the chat a couple of weeks ago, and a couple of months ago. And yeah, they were saying, oh, Courtney, you brag about your accomplishments too much. And I was just like, what, the only people that have ever said that has been black men. I
Hmm.
don't get that from anybody else. Nobody. And I'm like, why wouldn't I? And I don't think it's a bragging thing, but I think I'm proud. I'm proud of the fact that, yes, I was an elected official. I'm proud of the fact that my grandmother was a mayor. I'm proud of the fact that my dad is a U.S. Air Force vet. Like, I'm proud of my legacy. What is wrong with that? So I really don't understand that. Um, and you're right. The psychology of it, I really can't wrap my head around it. But please go on, like I said. But you just definitely you touched a whole nother vein right there with that comment, because that is a weird psychology, and I don't understand it. But only black men have complained about that, and not a lot. I will say that it's very rare, but when it does present itself, you do think of it as like, ooh, that's weird. That's kind of odd.
That's what, I don't know if you saw. There was a comment under the like in my thread, where one of the ladies said that she always felt like she had to hide her accomplishment. She said 2 degrees. I felt that. She said, I whenever I'm dating, I don't talk about that because I'm afraid of making the man feel insecure. What kind of madness is that? What? So this whole other part of yourself where you actually develop into when you're going through, that's why I always recommend, like my kids, I tell them, I don't really care if you ever use your degree or whatever, go to college. Okay, do it in a smart way, keep your financial sense, go to college. You really grow there, you learn, and you open yourself up to, no matter if you go to an HBCU or if you go to a more mixed college or a more white college, you gain knowledge and culture about all kinds of different people. So it's just weird to me that, it's considered not to be a good thing to be an accomplished woman. I think when they call it, I'm a PhD. So, and they'll say, like, if you do sound too proud of what you've done, they're saying, well, that's why you don't have a man, because you're too proud. Well, I didn't have that problem over here. So I always raise my hand like, hey, I didn't have that problem where I am. I didn't have that issue. I could literally sit down when I first sat down and when I was on the first date with my husband, I literally told him everything about myself. And he was like, oh, that's cool. That's awesome. He loved that. It's literally one of the reasons why we're together. He's like, he really loved that about me. And my husband, like I said, he's a high school graduate who's just a hard worker. And he said he admires me because he knows he could not do the college thing. He tried it a little bit and he was like, it's not for me. He just chose the different road to just be a super hard worker and work his way up to the top. And he absolutely has. But in doing that, he didn't have any problem that, hey, I was, like above him or over him. I made a lot more money than he did. And I didn't realize that. I told you that today until I was cleaning his room, and found a paycheck stub that said $11 and something an hour. I couldn't have told you this man made $11 an hour. I have no idea, how he was doing everything. Of course, he still lived with his parents and stuff like that, which is, much more easy. But again, he knew exactly what I did. And I talked to him about my job and about how they pay us and our commission. There was never any mention of, oh, stop talking about that. Well, you must think you're better than somebody because, oh, you're 20 something years old, just working in a cell phone store, making this amount of money. And that just never happened. But I'm like, if from what I'm looking at, you know, that is those are things that are happening, and you're having to be silent, and you're having to be meek, and you're having to be, soft spoken. I feel like you have a very boisterous voice like I do, and that is considered bad. That's considered, oh, you're masculine, because you talk loud. I heard Kevin Samuels on a video say, put your D away. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. So it is really troubling. And the same thing that we're looked at as bad for in Black men, white men, Hispanic men, especially Hispanic and white men, really, really adore that about us. They adore the strength. They adore the hard work. They adore the feeling of being pushed by their woman to do better, to be better. So, like I said, if you can love your Black men, but keep your options open. If you're finding that, hey, these Black men aren't giving me the time of day, do not waste your life and get to the woof woof years or whatever waiting for some Black man to appreciate you and not make you feel like you have to, come down to this level that you're not even, that bring yourself down, like knock yourself down a few notches. So, hello.
Uh, oh, I'm here, sis. I'm definitely
Okay.
here. Yes, and you're absolutely right. And I want to say, Bo Diddley, no, that's not what happened. That was where he started, but he is doing very well, very well into beyond six figures right now. But what she's saying is that when she, when they got together, that wasn't where he was at, but he has now become multi past where he's at now, where he was then.
Oh, yeah.
But he was not deterred by the fact that she was double degreed and that she was earning more than him. So I think you might have misread it wrong, or you misinterpreted the information incorrectly. Let's see here. I'm just reading a couple of comments. Crowned in Beauty, yes, you said it best. Kevin Samuels is a whole self-hating fool. I said what I said. I am definitely going to pin that comment. Absolutely. I'm going to highlight that. We're going to give that some light, give that some shine. One thing that you said, Tosh, that really stuck out to me in regards to the conversation there with saying that, so how, let me ask you this. These are good. This is a good conversation. How do you know? Because I don't feel like I am, because I just feel like, what, God has me isolated in this season. I already know I'm not, as we discussed earlier, and Glow Nation knows too, I don't date. Like, I don't put myself out to date. I'm not a part of any dating sites. I'm just like, it is what it is. Like, I'm not interested in doing that because, I have children, and I don't do date nights and, going out with the girls and leaving my 11-year-old and my 13-year-old home. Like, no, I'm not interested. So, unless it is, I was thinking the only type of dating service that even appeals to me is Farmers Only, because I'm just like, oh, that would be great. That would be great to be coupled up with a man that got a farm. We will be green acres in here, okay, all day. I'm Zsa Zsa Gabor with it. Please believe it. But how do you know if you are not exploring all options? You know what I mean? Because I think some people might not explore they might not explore options and might not even realize it. How do you know if you're not exploring those options? Because I don't think people all the time realize that they're turning themselves off from those other options. I don't think we realize it until we're in a situation and you realize that, yeah, I was kind of just trying to be loyal to this type of man and wasn't really given any other type of man any play. How do you know? How do you recognize that?
If I go back, because it's something I didn't recognize, like I told you, I think it's something innate in us. I'm not sure if it's because of we're taught that way. Like my dad used to say, "Look at this picture. What do you see?" And we were little kids, and we see us, Dad. We see us. And he's like, "No, what do you see?" Well, it's our family. No, you see black, and it better stay that way. And you choose black and blackity black, 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 black. Like, I don't know if it's just like driven into us, and I can remember even my mom talking about a white man who was interested in her that she totally just blew off and was like, oh no, I couldn't, oh, never would I do that. Oh, like no, never. But of course my mom comes from a different time too, so I guess there was like the taboo thing about that. You have to pay attention because it may be so deeply ingrained in you to just love your men. And i I I'm starting to believe that yes, it is deeply ingrained in us to be loyal to our men. And then also it's an innate thing too. I understand that, you're going to want to stick to your own. So you're going to have to use your brain and think very hard about, what biases do you have? What how do you look at people, not only men of other races, how do you look at people of other races? Are you embracing different cultures? Are you eating different foods? Are you really surrounding yourself with all of these different types of people in order to make yourself comfortable with stepping outside of your race? I think that was, something if I really thought about it, even though I was in a mixed environment, I still was more, kept like when I was eyeballing a guy, like, oh, he's so cute. It was a black man. It was a black guy. It just always was. So look to see if you're doing that. If every single time you look and you say, oh, he's attractive, is it a black man? Do you ever find, like I said, I'm not attracted to white guys, but I did date 2 white guys, and they were very, very, very handsome. And I was like, it didn't
That
work.
is a great point. We're gonna have okay. So for a moment, guys, my women only. Men, please, just for a moment, refrain. But women in the chat only, whether you are married or not, attached or not, in a relationship or not, put up in the chat, put up in the room, put me up a glow symbol if you have ever real checked yourself and realized, hey, I only when I say somebody is handsome, they are only black men. I'm going to be very honest. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to be very honest. So put up a glower if that has happened to you, where you realize, hey, when you are checking out men, or let's say 8 out of 10 times. And so more than the 70%, 8 out of 10 times, you're always just like, oh, he's fine. And the person on the receiving end of that is a black man. Yeah, I think that was a very good point. Um, wow. And what I love too, that you mentioned in the phone call, that there were certain ways that you were already opened up to other cultures because you were already bilingual, which is really cool.
Yeah,
It's not expecting that, hey, I'm going to marry someone outside of an African American man, but you were already showing the universe, so to speak,
exactly.
prepared that to have to have an other culture experience, even if it was not.
Right.
um
I'm always asked this question every time, especially everybody, the Hispanic people, or Spanish speaking people and English speakers are like, oh, so you learned Spanish when you got with your husband? I'm like, absolutely not. Okay, let me edit. I
right.
Spanish in high school. I actually had Spanish as a secondary major. I was very good at Spanish. I I learned it on, just from being in classes, and then not only did I learn it in class, I used it outside with the people, and I grew my language abilities, by speaking all the time. So by the time I met him, I already I already spoke Spanish. So it's very interesting that people will think, well, I assimilated to his culture whenever, in which there is some assimilation on, both ends. You have to do that too, in order to make things work. But that wasn't part of my assimilation. I just already had that. So yeah, there was, I guess you could say, like you said, the universe already was preparing me for what would happen.
Absolutely. I'd hope you don't mind. I see my chat room is everyone is lit. Literally, it is busy. I definitely want to open up the panel to continue the discussion. I'm really enjoying it. And I tell you, because I still am just kind of grappling with some things, personally, in regards to my own dating picture. So I always say, y'all, even though I say I don't want this to be a less, kind of be, I don't want this platform to become Courtney's couch and unloading all of my, but I'm going to be honest, it really has been it's been really kind of odd these past couple of months, especially because, I'm in a new area for the first time in almost a decade. I just moved back to Georgia from Miami, and this particular area, I don't stay anywhere close to my family who is here also, which is also fine too, because I'm subsequently not talking to my family. But, you know, um, were you ever told by your family members? Because I know you have all brothers, right?
Correct.
Right. And that's interesting because you have now with 3 kids, your daughter has all brothers. This
Correct.
is really something else.
It has the same, it's the same as me. Well, my dad had one child when he was very young, like 16 years old. So I have one brother that's from another mother, and then
Right.
I have two brothers. So with my mom, the makeup is the very same. So I have a big brother, I'm the middle girl, and then I have a little brother, and I have the same way. My son was born first, my daughter's the middle, and then I have a baby boy.
Wow. Wow. So that is beautiful. You can understand, especially, and now you can see with your daughter with those great mothering skills. So get that girl her cat. That's all I want to say.
This is that cat. But you know what? You have me already thinking about it. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I'm gonna give in. Okay,
I'm telling you, I will be a great cat aunt. I will send over some catnip, and girl, I will be a great auntie for your baby cat. I definitely will. Um, and I'm a big advocate. I'm a big advocate for just felines. They allow you their space. And let me tell you this though. Interestingly enough, the male cats are way more affectionate than the females. So be prepared for that as well, because that's a surprise.
okay.
That's a surprise. But for obvious reasons. How many? But I wanted to know: did your family members at any point in time ever say to you, you know what? Try dating. Try dating. Other men other than black men. Because I honestly have gotten that, so I'm kind of wondering, did any of your family members ever give you that?
Never. Not
Wow.
not a single one. As a matter of fact, it was almost strange to bring, you know, uh, a guy that's a different race to the family thing. Everybody's like looking, and and my family is very boisterous, and they're very fun, and they, they're crazy as all get out. I, I guess we hang out mostly with my family that's on my mom's side. So it's, when I say family, it's my mom's side of the family. And but they're very welcoming. But they did mess with them a lot. Like, they mess with my husband and all of this kind of stuff, and oh, papi chulo, and all kinds of. So no, my family never, not my mom or dad or anything, were like, hey, why don't you try? Mm-mm. That was never a conversation.
And and I guess I'm getting it more so because I'm getting just older. So a couple of my sisters, I'm the youngest of five. A couple of my sisters have definitely suggested it, and or they want me to entertain it, or they did. But like I said, I'm not even talking to them right now. So I mean, at this point, I got to be very honest. If I met just a really decent man, and he told me, hey, I'm from the planet Pluto, I would be like, you know what? I'm not judging. Let's do you own any property in Pluto? Can we meet your children and I go visit? When can we go, when can we go visit Pluto with you? Don't give me any Starman stories about how I can't stand the pressure in your place. you know, I gotta be very, I am getting to that point where I can see what they're saying, and I can kind of appreciate it, because my mom honestly used to always tell me when I was very young, my mom used to always tell me, Courtney, just promise me, because she used to always say, Courtney, please. And, my mom and I used to have very candid conversations. And, she used to say, Courtney, please just don't marry a broke white boy. She would say that because she said, the way you are, you're too much of a hippie. She said, don't you get caught up with no broke white boy. That was like, she was like, just make me that promise. But because she clearly thought, okay, you're going to go that route. And I would be like, broke white boy? I'm going to marry Scottie Pippen. I don't know what you're talking about, Mom. Scottie Pippen's going to see me and my 13-year-old self. And, this was before the R. Kelly and Aaliyah situation. So I thought I was talking something real. And when that happened, I was like, oh, yeah, that does kind of look odd. That does kind of look crazy for a 30-year-old to be digging on a 13-year-old.
That's
but at the time,
mom saw that. So maybe your mom had already predicted your future as well. That's interesting.
I hope she preceded me by setting me up nicely with saying it ain't gonna be a broke white boy. I hope she's like, well, let me hurry up and help Courtney up here.
No broke white boy. Because
right, I'm a hippie. I am. I'm very much she was like, Courtney likes sunflowers and laying out, and she just likes weird white people stuff, the music. I just always have kind of been that type of soul. So it was really interesting that I became so enamored with I became so enamored with culture, with African culture, not just African American experience, not just Black American experience, but African culture, that I was like, wow, there really has been a shift since I've gotten into my adult years, because definitely in my childhood years, I was New Kids on the Block. I was the
Oh,
North
yeah.
Shore. Yeah. Donnie and Joe were my faves. I was 21 Jump Street. I was Johnny Depp all day with it. You know,
Why?
I was Jay and the Americans.
Why do you like Donnie? Let's stop right there. Why was Donnie your favorite? Because this is a big thing. Even when you looked at why was Donnie your fave? Because Donnie was mine too. I was
Donnie
like,
was my fave because he had the swag. You know, he had kind of like a you know, he was like a brother. He was like a
yeah,
chocolate brother. But what's funny, let me tell you what's funny,
think
sis.
about
I
his
don't
feet,
care for Marky.
his lips and his nose. Like he had that kind of like oversized nose, and his lips were
He
like,
he definitely
mm-hmm.
and it really surprises me that he's with Jenny McCarthy because that surprises me, but she's such a fun, quirky girl. So I get it to a certain degree. But what is interesting is that I was never into Marky. I was never into Marky, but I always thought Donnie was the bee's knees. I was actually
Mm-hmm.
pretty disappointed to find out he wasn't as tall as I thought he was. But that that's me. That's me. So yeah, I kind of I want to you know what, I kind of get the feeling sometimes, to tell you the truth, Tosh, I kind of get the feeling that um I don't know, I kind of get the feeling that white guys don't think I would like them. Like,
They
you
don't.
know, they have
Why?
no idea.
Yeah, they don't
I'm
think that.
very into the culture.
Mm-mm.
I'm very into the culture, y'all.
They white guys do not think black women want them, and I think, of course, in the manosphere they say, "Oh, white men are the one that gave you your standards about how you look and blah 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 blah." I'm like, look, we can't kill racism, but let's go back and let's think back way back into slavery and how we started getting biracial people in the first place. Okay, um, that the massa was coming out of his wife's bed and coming to get with these black women slaves, not get with the rape word, but um, there's always this thing. So there's a negativity associated with a black woman being with a white man in the first place, like like that's even more negative than the black man white woman situation because of that. That's my own thought. I don't know if somebody wrote a book about it, but if I wrote a book, I would put that in there, that because of rape, the white men automatically are like, okay, I'm not even allowed to look at this woman or see her as attractive or anything like that. I can always say, like, middle-aged white men. Oh my gosh, to, literally, like I said, think about it, be cerebral when you're out and about or whatnot and you're getting approached and things like that. It, Middle-aged white men, and I would say because they have always been suppressed, they had to suppress their attraction or what they thought of black women, or even just saying a black woman is pretty or thinking it in her mind. It's been suppressed from way back when, and then because of racism as well. That these men are like, no, I can't be with this woman. No, she's not going to find me attractive. No, I'm not even anything that she would consider. And if you go out into some and find some of these videos, there is a really good one. Actually, Shoemake played part of it in his video, where the white guys will say, like, I didn't think I was worthy of this black woman. It's very crazy, so I don't know, have you seen that aspect of it?
Wow.
Have you?
I didn't see that aspect. Do you think, but let's talk about that. Do you think that is because of maybe yeah, because it was that because of the culture and the violence and the terrorism and the terror from, just the years of the abuse. Do you almost think that they feel as though they can't admit that because then they'll be kind of like subconsciously tied to some type of weird fetish type, because let
Exactly.
me give you guys a story. Okay, story time. I love Mark Nash on his channel, guys. He does story time. He has Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson eating the popcorn. I don't have that cute clip, but story time. So please, everybody imagine it. um I was literally, let me tell you all about quick manifestation. I was literally at my son's, I was at my son's school. I dropped him off and he was entering. He had made it into the spelling bee. The only Black African American boy that made it in, actually. So
Yeah.
we had a little celebratory like hand clap. What we used to do, a handshake, like one of those elongated handshakes. So we did that, and he went in, and I was talking to the security guard, who I was pretty, close, just friendly with, rather. And I was telling her, literally, Tosh, it happened just like this. I was telling her, I said, you know what? I haven't even been on a date in so long. I just really wish that somebody would just, I could just go on a date. And I said, I said, what we need to do as people, as females, we need to start dating out. That's what I said.
Mm.
I literally said that, and my son goes into the school because they could go in, but they had to wait a couple of minutes until like the cafeteria opened. And literally, this guy comes up, tall, cute white guy, tall, and he had a San Francisco 49ers cap on, and so he said to me, um, hey, that was a pretty cool handshake. I saw you doing, he said, is that your son? And I said, yeah, that's my son. And I looked at his cap and I said, this was before the Super Bowl last year. So I said, hey, y'all are looking pretty good. He says, oh yeah, I already know if, I get the call, if they go for it, I already know I'm going to be getting the call. Like they're going to be like at least, 10 folks coming over from San Francisco to sleep at my place or whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. I told him, my grandmother was, from not New Orleans, but from San Francisco. And I was telling him the history of, how much he loves San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just chatting. He's a white gentleman. We're just chatting. And he says, hey, are you doing anything? Can we go for coffee? And I was like, I literally looked at Penny like, did I just say this? I just said this. So I was like, well, I was going to volunteer at the food bank this morning, but they weren't expecting me until a little later. So, yeah, because I was actually going to go early, but I'm available. So we went and we had coffee. It was going really well. We had great conversation, history and everything. So the moral of the story is this. I'm getting to the main point, guys. His last name was Lynch. Yes.
Oh.
Like, I'm not even kidding you. I'm like, God has a sense of humor, guys. You got to know this. So, so his last name was Lynch. So he told me, he said, do you know where that name comes from? And I was just like, I hope you have a better story than what I think when you're going to tell me where it comes from. And he said, actually, the whole act of lynching, of hanging someone by the neck, it came from a man who actually, that's the way he killed his son, because his son had broken this rule in the town, and the man, I forget who the Lynch name was, but the man, it might have been Thaddeus, because I was really in love with a dude named Thaddeus Lynch when I was in 8th grade. And so when he said the name, I was telling him about Thaddeus as well. So that's where the whole name comes from, is the fact that this man, because he was a lawmaker and his son broke the law, he was like, well, I got to do to him what people, criminals, how they're killed. And that was the way he killed them. And so, that was he said, even in my family, it's a term we don't use, like we use another term for that act, because it's such like a heinous, it's such a heinous history, like even for his own personal family. And this was 100% white dude. So, and also the ending of the story is Tosh, we spent the whole day together. He was like, hey, do you want to go to lunch? The whole nine. And let me tell you, we never had another date. I'm telling you, I was so hurt, because I thought I had it in the bag, sis. I was like, we spent the whole day together. Like, it went from breakfast to lunch to, hey, let's, here's my number. Let's make some plans. And we literally never did anything else ever again.
I think that was
again. My daughter is outing me. My daughter just said, "You told us that was your boyfriend." I did. I that's the way I feel. After one date, I was like, "We were together the whole day. It's my boyfriend."
But what did
It's my
happen?
boyfriend.
Like, why didn't y'all see each other anymore?
Well, he just didn't. He never reached back out for anything else. Like, and I was
Mm.
really surprised because we literally, like I said, it was, you know, I thought we had a really good chemistry. The conversation was super easy. People saw us, like people that saw us throughout that day. Because my son was on, my daughter went to school at a middle school with another parent that also lived up the street from the elementary or what have you at my son's school. And she saw us together and she saw us again later together. That's the same day. And so when I saw her, when I was picking up my daughter, because her house was right next to the school, she was like, I'm not gonna say his name, but she was like, you and so and so look really good. She was like, how long have y'all been dating? And I was just like, we aren't. We just went for breakfast today. And she was like, I saw you guys like a couple of times. And I was like, yeah, I went from breakfast to like lunch, but no, we're not together or whatever. And so when I saw her a month later, she was like, hey, are you guys still seeing each other? And I was like, we haven't been out since that day. It was the weirdest thing.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. No, Baby Chain Gang says, was I talking about my achievements I was proud of? No, no. I talked about my grandmother. We talked about a lot of stuff. We cover a lot of stuff. When I tell y'all, we spent the whole day together. We spent from 7 o'clock. We dropped off. He had a son at my son's school as well. We dropped off our boys, and then we went for breakfast, and we went to go pick our kids up together. Like, we literally spent the whole day together. We didn't do any kissing or anything like that. So y'all don't be trying to act like I was over there giving out cookies. We didn't do anything like that, but it was a very good chemistry. And it was to the point that, like I said, a couple of people saw us that day together. And those same couple of people weeks after asked, even the lady, the security guard from the school, she said, when I went to pick up my son that day, she was like, girl, he was all over you. As soon as your son broke, he came right over and was like, hey, what's going on? I said, yeah, that was something, wasn't it? She said, girl, you just said. I said, I know, I just said we gotta be open with these options. So I did a couple of videos about it. You can go and look at my history because I don't know what happened. I worked with the lady because I worked in development, and I worked with a lady that had one of those. She had one of those kind of what's it called when you can search up somebody's history? Verified. She had a verified account, and we searched up his history. And I already knew that he had just recently got divorced, but she was looking at what he makes, and she was like, "Oh, this dude is probably he probably started to think, hey, if I like this girl too much." Because he had, according to his verified account, he was very well off, and he just probably tried to cut himself down, like stop it. She was just like, he probably tried to stop himself because she said someone like this with an ex-wife, especially a new one, oh, she's gonna be like it's not going to be like a good situation for him to start getting involved with someone so fast, because you never know, what his ex-wife is coming out the woodworks with. And she said, especially if he's working with this type of money, it could just be, he's like, maybe let me cut my losses before I kind of get too involved in this situation. But don't know. I mean, I talked to him, we would see each other when I would pick up my, our kids from time to time, but no, we never went on another date. It was weird. It was weird.
Yeah, that is.
I'm telling you, it was just a great day. I mean, it was a great day. That's all I want to say. We just really hit it off. And I was doing the feminine thing, when we went for, lunch. He was just like, well, what would you want? And I said, well, what are you having? I'll have what you're having. I did my thing. Y'all put on the voice. I put on the buzz. I put my dick away. I did it. I did it.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
That was the worst line I've ever heard. I'm like, what did he say? I'm like, what is wrong
Right.
with
What is like what does that even mean? Like I don't even please like I used to love that show. I think it was Good Morning LA with Jill Barberi. I used to love her. I love that show. And she would say she would say when the fellas ask my my husband where are his balls, I say they're right here in my purse. Yak 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 yak. That's where I like to keep them, right in my purse.
that's hilarious. See,
It's a fine,
I like
it's
that
a
comeback.
fine.
Like, ask me something stupid. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something stupid. And funny.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, stupid, 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 stupid. What did it say? Stupid games. Stupid games give stupid prizes. Yes,
Place
absolutely.
one stupid price.
Right.
Hmm.
Let's see what our chat is saying. So I would love for anyone that wants to come up. The stream, the link is dropped. So we're going to talk about something specifically though when you guys come up. We want to talk about whether you, if you're a female coming up, we want to talk about whether you personally feel do you feel that you have a lot of options when it comes, or not even a lot of options, but appropriate options. Let's say that we want to talk about whether
Exactly.
you feel if you have appropriate options in regards to the dating spectrum. um
Hmm.
I see you there, Neo. Neo is
Good.
always
I'm on
psychology,
that
our
show.
psychologist. um, but oh, Alfonso said, "Isn't Atlanta the Black love capital?" It is, but you got to date, here, and I don't date. I'm not out at any happy hours. I'm not, especially with the sporting events and everything. Like they're still doing those virtually. So I love baseball. So as soon as baseball is the stadium is back open, I will definitely. I'll be going to baseball games in general because I love the Braves. I grew up hating the Braves, but it was because I love them so much. So it was a love hate thing. Um, so now that I'm here, I will be going to a couple of Braves games, and I plan on taking my kids. But the things that I do are not being done to date. They're being done because I want to show my kids the city, the culture. We're going to do the aquarium with an opens back up fully. We're going to do these things, but I'm not doing those to date. So I think Atlanta definitely is a good place to get a lot of that type of activity accomplished. But there is a particular group that are seeking to date, and I'm not one of them. So yeah, I think that there are a lot of opportunities if that's what I was here to do, but I'm not just here to, I'm not specifically dating to find someone here. Let's see what else is being said. Jamila, most cities in the NBA, I'm sorry, excuse me, I read that too fast. Most cities in USA, Black men are chasing white women. Uh, what do you find about that in Texas, Sis Tosh? Do you see a lot of Black men, white women in Texas?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It definitely fits the statistics of what you see around, especially when you're looking at interracial relationships and you see a very, very few Black women with other races of men. So it pretty much fits the statistics. Now, according to, I guess you could say, what is that website with the Black statistics? And but we have some in that's in Houston or whatnot that does show that we have a very high population, of Black couples, but they tend to be in the, I guess you could say, Black areas, of town. Now, of course, I'm in the suburbs, and then it was very interesting because we had one of our neighborhoods that basically turned into a Black neighborhood. Um, High value Black neighborhood. These are people with money. These are people that have they're very high level people. um and when you go there and when you go to the schools and you see the couples, it's actually very surprising because you do see a lot of black couples there, um and very few black men with white women from that particular neighborhood. I don't know what's going on there. So, but yeah, in general, I think if you
Yeah,
just kind of look everywhere, it's going to fit the statistics. And we are a big old huge melting pot of people. But again, when you're looking at the interracial couples, I can just say right now, going to my Walmart, I'm going to see black men with white women mostly.
mhm,
Mhm.
mhm. And do you do you think that there is a like do the black men with white women there, is it a different is it a how is that energy? Because I know some places um and people say, oh, black men and white women are kind of seen as that's an odd thing, or that's a not a rarity, but um, I heard sometimes depending on the area or the city, white women will say, oh, they get these weird stares, or even black men, even a couple of black men in South Florida, in Miami, used to say that to me as well. My ex fiance, he had dated a white woman prior to us, getting together, and he always would say that like black women would literally, verbally and cut their looks at him, and I was just like, I can't even imagine. Like, I just honestly, I can't even imagine. Like, unless, not even. I want to say that, but I'm just like, unless one of them knew you personally, that's where I would say I could imagine them doing that. But he said that he always got random black women cutting him looks and verbally, on a couple of occasions, verbally attacking him.
I literally don't agree with. I do not. I absolutely don't agree with that. That was it. People just like, oh, okay, well, it's normal. It's literally normal. So black women don't even pay attention to it. Now, what I do know, I got a lot of looks from black men and black women. Um,
Mm.
and it was something that my husband was like, yeah, and of course he was my boyfriend at this time, and he's like, are people looking at us? And I said, yes,
Wow.
yes, they
Wow.
are. Just ignore it. So, but no, you don't know. Black women literally didn't care. I'm not even joking about that, and still don't. Mm-mm.
Wow. That's really interesting. And that's what I would say too. That's what I have known more of. And I guess because I knew more of the other spectrum than I did, because I want to say, even someone very close to me, not going to say who, but someone very close to me said that people were jealous of him and his woman. And I'm just like, that's just not even true. Like,
They
she's
always think that. That's the weirdest thing to me. Nobody cares about you, and you're probably not good looking woman. Okay, look, I'm not even gonna. Nobody
I'm
cares.
not, and yeah, I'm not putting down anybody, but yes, wholeheartedly agree there. Like, no, you would not be the one I'm looking forward to. Hey, Diamond Princess, welcome, welcome.
That
Um,
have you ever thought about? Because I was and I never thought about it even with myself, but of course, in listening to people talk, it kind of makes you think. I have never been like, oh my, look at my, unless it's specific to a certain conversation. I've never been like, oh yeah, people are jealous of my Mexican husband and me having him. That is the weirdest thing to me. Who is
that is
jealous
a
of?
super weird
But
thing.
you hear
Super weird.
this from these guys about, from these black men that specifically date white women. Oh yeah, black women, you're jealous. Black women, you're jealous of my woman, and you're jealous I'm with a white woman. I literally don't think anybody is jealous I'm with a Mexican man. I do not. And if they are, I don't even know what to say. I've never felt that. I've never thought that. I've never put that out, or even been so obtuse to let that come out of my mouth. So I don't, that is a weird thing there. And this, I guess you're saying, you would say, like, pedestalizing, or putting these women up on this pedestal, like
Right.
the beacon of everything. And I mean, yes, I put my husband is on a pedestal because he takes very good care of me. I live a very good life.
Yes.
I worry about nothing. But it's not like, oh, he's Mexican and he's the best. I mean,
Right.
he's the best because he's Mexican.
Correct.
No, I don't think that he's the best because he's a good man. He's a hard worker. He does what he needs to do. He participates with my children. He doesn't just expect me to be the only person, doing the housework and, helping with things around the house. He doesn't expect me to be the only person who's taking care of the kids or doing activities. That is why I'm not like, oh yeah, black men are jealous of my husband because I'm with a Mexican man. That doesn't make sense to me. Make it make sense. So I don't know if you've ever thought about that. I'm just putting that out there.
I honestly don't know. I think that it's almost like a want for someone to kind of vilify, because everybody likes to be the underdog. I think that's people say that everyone likes a winner, but I think people also, we live in a very complex society. They also want to be the underdog. So you want to take it, you want to make it like it's like a fantasy, almost like, yeah, babe, me and you against the world. Oh, everybody hates us. And it's like, no, nobody's thinking about you. Like on the real, like I really am not. But I do hear that more so. I hear that more so from Black women saying, this is what happened to me, and it's something that they're going through right now. With men, I hear the men that have said it, it's been more so like, oh, yeah, when I got this or what have you. But the one person that's close to me that said it, it was something that was going on at that point in time. But I honestly think it was a mental hangup. I don't think that was true either. I just think that was something that kind of you want to believe it because that makes sense for you, so you can have that separation. In all honesty.
Mhm.
Um, oh, a question. Where did you meet your husband? Where were you? I know that he asked for the number, but where were you at that point? I'm
Oh my
all
gosh.
nosy now. I'm a
Story of
journalist. Excuse me.
the story of meeting my husband is interesting and funny. I met my husband at the very first place. My mother told me that you don't ever meet a man there, and if you do, you never take him home at the club. Okay, so
Oh,
uh,
wow.
yeah,
Okay.
I, and it's the funniest story. I was dancing, and I was dancing on this. I guess you could say it was like a small stage. It had a pole there, and there was this
Yeah, I've been on those.
that was
Yes, they had one called in Tallahassee. Ours was the late night library, and yes, you become very good at balancing acts on top of that. Yes.
exactly. But what's so funny is that there was this other lady that was, she was out dancing. She was dancing on there too, but she was bigger, So, I was on the edge of the stage because it was literally that small, and I'm hanging off. I've got these 5-inch heels on, and my heels are literally hanging off the stage. So I'm balancing on my toes, dancing, and I'm dropping it, and all of a sudden I feel someone hit my butt, and I was like, and I'm very like that to me is like, do not violate my body. I do not care what I'm doing. This is not your body. Do not touch it. So I turned around and there's my husband standing there and he's like holding his face. And I said, "Did you just slap me on my ass?" He's like, "Oh, you just hit me in the face with your ass." It's like, and so I said, "Oh, I did." I was like, "I'm sorry." And here he is, he's holding his face. And so I pull his hand back. Here I go talking about don't violate me. But so I took his hand, I pulled his hand back, and I go, "Oh," I said, "Oh, you're cute." I said, "You are really cute." And this is another thing that's going to be said, that, "Oh, you will not get a man and you will not be taken seriously if you do this." I said, "You are so cute." And like was I said, I just like you. And then I took his face and put him in my boobs. I'm not even lying. That is
Oh
how,
my God.
yeah, I was wild. I still am kind of wild, but now my wild is just kept, to this one. So yeah, it's always a very interesting story.
Amen. I love
And
it.
so let's not, and I guess you could say that was kind of acting. I don't know what that was acting. I just call it acting wild. And my mom would be like, "Oh my gosh, only my daughter." Um, but yeah, that he he didn't try to sleep with me. He didn't try to take me home. I After I put his face in my boobs, I actually got off that stage and just went somewhere else. And I was there with some friends. Oh, that's what I did. To find my Went to find my friends. So I was there with friends, and we kind of kept, a couple of us would get separated, or I would go to the bar or something like that. And at the end of the night, the lights come up or whatnot. And so I'm standing there because I'm waiting for my friends to come out. And I was more at the front of the club, and I think they were in the back. And while I'm standing there, these two guys run up to me, and one of them says, "There she is." And I look, and it's my husband and his friend. He's like, "There she is. We found you. Hey, go ahead. I told you. Hey, we found her. You better get her number." So that's his friend, of course, being his, I guess, wingman. And so he's like, "Can I have your number?" And
Aw.
I'm like, okay. So,
Was he a best man?
huh?
Was he the wingman, the best man at the wedding?
You know what? He was not actually. He We did end up like hanging out with him a lot. But what's so funny is after we met, he this friend of his like moved off. He moved away to another state for a while, and then ended up coming back some years later. But before he left states, we did hang out with him several times. The first time that we hung out with him, it was so that he could actually prove, so my husband could actually prove to him that I talked to him and that we were dating, because his friend didn't believe it. So it's like, he goes, "Oh,
Oh,
I thought he was lying." And I'm like, "No, why would you think he was lying?" He's like, "Oh, well, I just thought there's no way that she's gonna like him." He's like, "Look at this, he's ugly." You know how guys do each other.
no.
They each other.
They
He's like,
do. You know what though? I do see a lot of it's interesting you would say that because I do see a lot of guys in the Latin culture doing that. That is a ribbing. And I think that's because just of my exposure. I haven't really I haven't I had not really like I just had like here and there. I just remember different experiences throughout my life here and there where, I had basically like a a couple of weeks or like maybe a month or something with a white friend or what have you. But for the most part, I've often just been, solo until I would get, a boyfriend and then of course, and I got married in college and that literally like my spouses have always that's been my network. Like it'd be like I was that friend that would drop friends when she got a boyfriend. You know what I mean? And
mm-hmm.
so, yeah, so it's always been kind of that way. And so I never really had the whole, I never really did the girls and we're all kind of going out. I'd be like, specifically, I'm going out to find someone. And once I find someone, I would rather, just hang out with that person for the rest of the night than come home with the ladies. Thank you. Like I was breaking all those type of rules when I was in college, I was just
Right.
like, thank you so much. I found my ride. Thank you guys. But I do look back on that, and that would have been a prime time for me to kind of learn some other some other cultures and the nuances. And because I was married, so young, so early, I missed literally like a whole decade of doing that. A decade of a decade of dating. It was just not. That's just I was my mind was somewhere totally different. But I do think there's a pageantry now that's lost with the dating culture. And to tell you the truth, Tosh, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. Like, I'm just like, I wouldn't know what to do with trying to even get back out in that scene. It just seems so freaking, girl, it just seems so freaking like fake and forced and,
let me
Really, really.
I have off the market completely. Like I said, when I met my husband, he was like, boom, we're going, we're going ahead. So it's been 14 years. I cannot imagine what it would be like to go out and date at all, especially with the climate, especially if we're talking about dating black men with the climate. I can't imagine, and I don't know how it's being done. It's so it is very scary.
Right. That's what I'm telling you. I'm honestly terrified. Like I'm just really not even interested because I just I feel like I'm not really going to be having these quality conversation and building up relationships. I feel that they're going to be very guarded. And I'm like, I don't want to try to go like how you said you and your husband on the first date, you basically you were able to talk to him and unload. And I feel like people aren't doing that. And we had a very good conversation yesterday, and one of our Glow Nation members, he said it beautifully, with saying that a lot of our cultures just used to lying to one another. We do have someone joining the panel here. This is brother Bo Diddley, also from South Florida. Welcome to the panel, Bo. Are we going to behave ourselves tonight?
Have I ever misbehaved?
Yes, Bo. Yes,
Yeah, I don't remember that.
you did. When Cuckoo Cutter was on last with
Oh,
that
come
line about
on now. Come on. He was
no,
a
come on,
clown now.
Bo.
You gotta admit that. You gotta
Bo,
admit he
Bo,
was outrageous.
Bo,
But we move in Florida
Bo.
though. Everybody's being respectful and we all grown. Nobody's drunk and
Okay,
belligerent, so we
all
should
right.
be
I'm gonna
good.
wait, Bo. Are you saying that someone was inebriated on the panel that night?
You know damn well that man was inebriated.
Okay. All right. I'm putting myself on mute. Go ahead. You have the floor, brother Bo. Welcome again to the panel.
No, I came to add to what you had going on. You said you was gonna ask a question to the men, and I thought Sir was
Yeah.
gonna get on and address it.
Well, thank you. Okay, so I did lead into that because I said for the women, I wanted the women to answer if they came up to the panel whether they feel as though they're getting appropriate or quality whether they have appropriate or quality men to choose from in regards to dating. So for the men, I would love to know, well, from you, since you're up here, I would love to know, I would like to, you and I've had some pretty interesting conversations in regards to the type of women that you seem to be running into. Are you not looking for a relationship? I mean, just in all honesty, and I know when asking you this, I'm asking because in the past
I
conversations and
know
panels
exactly what
brought
you're asking.
up, right, but you often speak of, like you say, men in general. And so that was the second part. Do you think that the way you think is how all men are kind of in this
Yeah,
arena?
yeah. I don't even think it's relegated to just black men. I think you all just are looking for black men, so that's what you seem to hear and target. So you think that's just indicative of the mentality of black men. But I think there's a growing population of white men that's even worse, have a worse mentality than black men when it comes to dating and relationships and getting married
What do you mean
today.
by that?
I mean, well, if you just look at it, I mean, things like the red pill ideology, MGTOW, the whole manosphere, these aren't things that black men came up with. These are more so things that black men just latched on to.
um I'm not sure with that because I follow Cynthia G, and one of her one
That's
of
a major red flag.
that's a major red flag. Well, oh well. I don't know why. And what's so funny, I don't know why people have a problem with her, because she literally is just like, hey, I'm just telling you what you're looking for. And she doesn't say that this is all black men that she's talking about, but I mean, she's not lying. And I think that's the problem that you men have with her, that she's not lying. She's telling the truth. Now, she may not be telling the truth about you specifically. You may not have that psychology. You may be one of the few, but There are a lot, and I'm going to tell you, like I said, the stuff that she's talking about, I've seen it with my own eyes throughout my entire life. Not at one point in time in my life, not at, not when I went to the city, moved out of the suburbs and went to everywhere. So she's
Okay, well, in fairness to her, sorry to cut. In fairness to her, she's from Seattle, Washington, so she's dealing with a different breed of black men anyway, and the whole dynamics between black men and women out there is completely different than, let's say, in South Florida or Atlanta, Georgia. Would you agree?
um I would say the only thing that's different is that there are more black people, and she has a point, because there are more black people, there are more black men, there are more black. There should not be this whole black men with white women. It just shouldn't be so. It is a highly, it's a highly black place. So, and like I said, like I see it here in South Florida. I've only been to, I've
You
been
don't
to
see it in South Florida.
my life, so I don't really know much about, like, I don't know much about Florida. I just saw it for a week while I was there, and honestly, that's not really what I was paying attention to. I was just in awe by the whole place, so I can't answer to that, but I don't think she's not lying. So, and if you're not that type of man, she's also not talking about you. But
But this is what I'm saying. I can't speak to her experiences, right? Because, like I say, she's from Washington, and I've been out west, and it's a different dynamic with black men and black women and
Mhm,
white women
mhm.
that I don't recognize. That it's
So
not like that where I'm from, and you don't really see it too much on the East Coast as much, especially when you come down south, like Florida, Georgia, places like that I'm familiar with. So
okay.
I'm not. So I don't know. Maybe that is what she's going through.
Okay. I mean, I can see that.
Because I know I was in Ohio at one time in Columbus, and the interracial scene out there is completely different than what you'll see in Atlanta or Miami. So maybe she may have a point, but I still think that she dramatized it, and that's her experiences. I don't think that doesn't talk to the general experience of all black men and black women. Though.
um I so
But I would say too, even though I don't follow, excuse me, just for a moment, even though I don't follow Cynthia G's channel, and like I said, I'm definitely someone that is open to realize that it does differ from states to states, and I've lived in a lot of different states. I can definitely say this without any hesitation. I'm just picking some right words, but no hesitation there. That South Florida men are different. It's definitely a different lower quality of men when it comes to what they're offering in regards to relationships. It's very the Netflix and chill thing is very prevalent, and that has been far more than any area that I've ever lived in, and I've lived in plenty. I've lived in Virginia, Philly, Arizona, Atlanta, of course.
You say
There's
Netflix
plenty of
and chill.
Oh yeah. That's what the dating culture is really on a lot there. Netflix and chill, maybe something
Yeah,
date at Fridays. You know, this is a
yeah.
good
So
time for.
you never got the El Nusra treatment, the chilling at Monty State treatment in South Florida from black
No,
men.
never. No,
Miracle
never had
Mile,
that.
Miracle
I never
Mile,
had.
none of that.
No,
Wow.
no man has ever taken me to do that. I got walks in Kennedy Park with the gentleman I was engaged to. We used to walk a lot also over in West Kendall. We did a lot of fun things at the museum and stuff like that. But I've never, actually to this day, I've never been to Monty's, and Monty was a contributor to my campaign, and he supported my youth empowerment summit. Every year he
Yeah.
sponsored. But I've never dined at Monty's itself, and knew Monty's personally, but never dined there. My business partner, his grandfather was a headliner there, but honestly, I've never gone on a date there, never dined there. The furthest I ever went in Coconut Grove, especially, was when Duffy's was up there in Cocoa Walk. That was the
Wow.
extreme, you know. Black men were not. No, they weren't.
And
They weren't
what do
treating
you
like that.
what do you attribute that to?
I think that I don't. You know, it's funny you should ask. This is a good question. Like even the
No, I'm saying
conversation. I
that
don't know if you're
because
here for it.
is it more so that men just weren't interested in doing it, or did you just see a caliber men didn't have the means to do it? Like, what do you attribute to?
Both.
Was it
I
just
don't
a
think it was
refusal to
no
do it?
interest. There was no interest. The ex that I was engaged to, we used to go. We went to Miss Saigon. He took me to Coco's, you know, because I really like Thai cuisine. But as far as really nice places, the nicest place that we ever went was Melting Pot because I was the one that suggested it. You know, it was almost like that part of that culture
Melting pot. You
exposure.
talking about
A
on
lot of,
Biscayne with the fondue and
yes,
all that?
no,
Okay.
we went to the one in Kendall though. That's my favorite.
Okay, they
That's
had one
literally
on Biscayne by FIU in Aventura.
know where it is. Yeah, I know where that one is
Okay,
too. My sister
okay,
used to
okay.
live
So I know what you're talking about now.
Okay, so
These
I'm
not
glad you
foreign
do. But
concepts to me now.
okay, but your counterparts or what have you, because when you do speak, a lot of times you do speak. You know, you speak like, "Hey, this is what men are in," and you know, no, that wasn't what I saw. And you know, I definitely was in some. I had some access to some, you know, different circles where I really felt they're just not really there's not a real interest with cultivating a relationship. You know, a lot of men were into do you want to come over and watch the game? I got that a lot. I got
Right.
you know what, my best times, honestly, there was a Haitian gentleman, and he literally, if I would tell him what sporting events I like if I'd be like, oh, a certain game is coming up, he would get us tickets. He would get us tickets, but sometimes because he worked so much, he couldn't go, so I would have to go to some stuff by myself.
So
But he
that's
would
common.
always get tickets. You said what?
I say that's common. When you cussed me out the last time I suggested sporting events
Did
stuff
not
like
curse
that.
you out. You will not sit up here and lie in front of my good sis friend Tasha and said I ever cursed you out. You will not do
Yeah, you say don't know man, no high value men go to no sporting events. You don't do that.
That's not what I said, Bo. What I said was
Oh,
this. This is what I said, and I will still hold true to that. And I asked you to email me after that because I wanted to see you where I was coming from on that day. And my mic kept going in and out. But this is what I was saying. I said I didn't say no high value men. What I said was that the type of men that Taylor, because I've known her for a little bit, she's not going to try to go to a situation like that to look for a man. I said the type of men that she would do well with are men in more isolated, like where they can have quiet conversations. That's what I was saying, that you kept blowing over to say, oh, I hang out with high value men all the time.
no, I get you. What I was saying is that she need
That's
to
what I'm
change it then. But my
specific.
point was that she need to change it. My point was that she
I
need to
don't
switch it up.
think so. She's 23. She's fine. That girl can meet someone.
That's the prime age. That's the prime age to come through Pro Player Stadium or Hard Rock Stadium and hang out in front of the arena. That's prime age to find you a high value man in front of the arena going there. So, difference of opinion, not a big deal. Think she just
Yeah,
need to open up a bit, open up.
yeah, I didn't curse you out. I was just saying that I've known her, and she needs someone that
Okay,
specifically is talking with her.
right. But back to
And
you though. Back to you though.
I'm
So
ready.
you're
Hey,
saying
and
so
welcome to
the
the camp.
groups.
Yeah.
So like you say, the circle you was in of the high value men, the dudes with the money and all that. So because I know all these spots I just named you, these are all spots I've been to. My homeboys go to, everybody go to, couples, week, anniversary, all this. So I'm saying, was it that just dudes didn't want to go with you, or they didn't have the means to go there? Or were you just dealing with dudes from out of town that was just out here just working and really didn't know nothing?
No, this is okay. So let me just qualify all of, let me sum up a couple of things. So I'm not, as you know, I'm not from Miami. I, moved there. When I moved there, I was married. So it wasn't like I got kind of thrown out into the scene. I was a personal trainer. So a lot of men that would come through there that, would ask me out or what have you, of course, like I said, I'm married, but they would ask me out, but it would be like, yeah, they would ask me out to like area places that were close to the gym. So the first gym I worked at was in Hollywood. So they would ask me out to Saki. They would ask me out to, the Hard Rock, but I'm married, so it wasn't like I was going.
The
So
Saki,
I
what is
divorced.
that? Nami, the
Saki is
Nami.
right there.
You know what I'm saying? What
Yeah,
restaurant was that with the Saki? Nami's on Pembroke.
no, Saki is right there in the Hollywood Plaza. It's a hibachi restaurant. It's right there in that
Okay.
Hollywood Sheridan Plaza. Sheridan Plaza is where it was.
So just
So
like look, icebreaker, like an icebreaker type date, something just quick right around the corner. You could hit after the
right
gym.
around yeah, that's what I would get asked out on. But by the
So
time
that's
I
like
was
an icebreaker type date. Won't you? Don't you agree?
I guess it's an icebreaker. I mean, but it wasn't to me
Something
like a
right
serious
outside the gym.
yeah, but it wasn't a serious thought out date. That's what I mean. They weren't
Yeah,
ever like
maybe.
serious thought out. You said what?
See, I think that's where you were screwing up at. I think that's where you screwed up at. You didn't really understand the dynamics of the dating scene. So if a dude
No,
just saying, "Hey, man, let's go right here after the gym. We could stop at the little hibachi grill, get something to eat." That's more so like a icebreaker type of date.
yeah, I still don't understand it. I still don't
So you
understand the
think
date.
What
See,
is
so
that's
you
why I said
think
it.
what
so you think first date's supposed to be candlelight dinners and this whole pre-planned
No,
event?
they should be thought out. They should be thought out. Like, I would have loved, like, the last time I was at the Hard Rock, I took a friend of mine. She was a psychologist actually for Jackson. I
Yeah,
took her
yeah,
to
yeah.
at Hard Rock.
Yeah, it
Like
don't work
that.
like that.
I would love to go to a concert, as a first date. Like,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
that
it
I'm
don't
really
work like that. It don't work like that down here.
interested
You said you
in.
you
Well,
said you
what
hitting on
do
this guy.
what
you see how Bo be breaking people, you be hurting my spirits. That's why I don't like to
It's
play.
not that. It's not that. I'm just being honest.
okay,
I'm
well
saying like the average dude.
a,
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
what is a date that you, because you say, well, it doesn't work like that.
No, because when I say, because I told her like that's like an icebreaker type of, like we just met at the gym, wanna meet up, we go right here to the little
Breaking up, Bo.
hibachi grill. Can you
You
hear me?
breaking up, Bo. Yeah, I hear you
Yeah,
now.
you're breaking up
Just
a little
breaking up a
bit.
little
We
bit.
can hear you now. Can you repeat what you said? Then thank you, Tosh. Tosh knows where I'm coming from because Bo is hurting my feelings.
What I
That's
was
why Bo gets
saying, what I
to
was
hurt my
saying down here, things a little more fast paced down here. So
yeah, they are. And I'm
like I
not
say, that's a more so like she say she got invited to the hibachi grill outside of like a Benihana's. That's like a Benihana's type setup, right? What you talking about, Saki,
yeah, exactly.
comparable to
Yeah.
Benihana? Yeah. So after the
Yeah.
gym, that's an icebreaker date where, all right, listen, after the gym, we can hit this up, chop it up for a little bit, get something to eat, and establish a relationship. Because at the end of the day, a lot of dudes down here, like, how
What
can I say
what
this in a way?
I'm sorry. This doesn't sound right. You're going to the hibachi grill after the gym, like that's the after gym thing. Are we taking a shower? Are we doing whatever? Because I'm not going for hibachi. This is a nice setup. It is to be dressed up, and it
Yeah,
is
yeah, we could stop, take a shower, come back, hit
No,
it up.
the guys in Miami want to stop and take a shower together, Bo, before they take you to hibachi. And guess what? They don't want to even make it to hibachi if you stop and take a shower. That's what I'm saying
absolutely.
with the South Florida. They wanna, they
Like, like I
wanna,
say, like I said, like I said
they wanna
earlier, and
pump
it's a
and
high
pump.
paced scene down here. It's high paced
I
scene
don't
down
like
here.
it, Bo.
So
Bo, I gotta tell you, I don't like it, and I don't like how you're being an advocate. You're like a poster.
I'm not
You're like
being an advocate.
you're campaigning
No, I'm
for
not.
high for
I'm just
bad.
telling you the realities of it. I'm
I
just
don't like
telling you
it.
the realities of the scene. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying the realities of the scene, of the dating scene in Miami. It's high pace. It's like, hey, send a text, what's up? We want to meet up, Benihana's. I see you when I get off work, blah blah blah. It's not really we don't really do like the whole candlelight dinners out the gate and
I didn't say it had to
sweet
be
romantic
candlelight,
home.
a concert, a Marlins game, things like that. To me, I feel like we can sit, we can talk, we can chat, we can share a hot dog. You know what I mean? Like we could be like we
Yeah,
could be learning about one another while we're spending some considerable amount of time together. Because I think when you're dating, you should be wanting to spend some time. I don't want to do
yeah,
nothing
but
quick and
people don't have
fast.
time. People
Yeah,
don't
They
but
do
have
have
time out here nowadays.
They
here's
have
what
time for what they want to have time for. Because if I would say to somebody, well, nah, I was thinking maybe we could just go back to my place and can you hit it all night? Then it'd be like, yeah, well, okay.
Fit you in the
Yeah.
schedule.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Exactly. I'm just doing the schedule all night. But I say, let's go to a concert, let's go to the Marlins game. Hey, you ain't got no time. You ain't got no time. So you make time for what you want to make time for. That's
exactly.
that's I'm just saying the effort needs to be there if you really want the results to be there. You know, Malcolm Gladwell said that any professional has spent at least 10,000 hours doing what they do. So if you
So that
really
means they
want
don't
to
have
build a
time to
great,
be out here with all these long, drawn out dates.
you
What
better stop it, Bo.
you
I'm about to
mean?
put you on mute. See, that's why Cuckoo Cutter had to get with you. That's why Cuckoo Cutter had to get with you.
Right?
That's
What are
why
you
I
talking
gotta
about?
text you.
Long
Let me
drawn.
hear what the sister was trying to say though. Before
Okay, go ahead. I'm putting myself on mute. Go ahead.
I don't understand what you're saying. You don't have time for these long drawn out dates. Literally, dating is to learn the person. That means that you learn that person enough to be like, oh, okay, well, she likes to do this. I'm going to take her there and we're going to hang out for the day. She likes to
right,
go to different parks. We're going to go and it doesn't even have to cost money. This is one of the things, like,
right,
it doesn't have to cost money. For me, a lot of times just the thought that you've really taken time to listen to me and you know what I like and take me to do something I like. And or if I have some suggestion of like, hey, I'm saying, hey, this concert is coming to town, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I don't know what kind of dates you're going on because it doesn't sound like you're dating to get to know somebody even enough to want to be with them.
right. See,
And
like I say, I think it's a difference of perspective on the scene, and it's also a difference of the culture of the city. So down here it's a little more fast paced, and so
so are you
the
getting married?
dating scene down here doesn't necessarily how you approaching the dating scene. The average person, man or female, doesn't approach the dating scene with those expectations. So they primarily start off on a more so how can I say it, platonic type. Let's just kick it. Hey, I'm finna meet you over here. Where you at? Okay, yeah, text. You wanna get some eat? Yeah, and then build from there up until the point where it's like, okay, now we can invest time into you. And I
I
think
got a
that applies to men and women.
I got a question.
Yeah,
How how old are you?
Are you
I
talking to
mean,
me or Bo?
I'm talking
She
to both. I'm talking to both.
Bo. Bo, he asked you how old are you, brother? And welcome to the panel, Jamila. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you, sis.
we can hear you.
Oh, my screen
Bo
is
got
frozen.
silent. Okay.
Yeah,
Bo, where is Bo? Oh, you said he's frozen?
I guess so.
I think Bo is in his 30s. I think he's in his late 30s. That's complete
Cause
silence from Bo. Somebody put out an APB on Bo. Somebody say, where is
yeah,
Bo?
I was just wondering because the way he was talking and like that fast paced dating, that's what a lot of young kids do. Well, I guess he dropped out, but more or less when he was saying about the fast paced dating, I mean, That's what the younger generational guys do with these younger generational girls. It's some older guys that kind of deal with these young girls, and that's the fast-paced dating to where, I mean, I get what he's saying about going somewhere that's close to where you was working it. I mean, he still wasn't hearing that you was married. That's why you wasn't dealing with most of those guys. But still, going somewhere around the corner, it's just more of a convenience for both of you guys. That's why most guys were probably trying to issue a date like that. That was something quick, that was around the corner. Because, even if you had time to go home, get dressed, and go somewhere fancy, and like you were wanting a well thought out plan, you know, they were trying to see basically if they were interested. Because I mean, just seeing each other at the gym is one thing, seeing each other outside the gym is another. You know, and depending on the type of relationship that you made in that first small date, and then you can lead to something better. You can lead to a concert or something. But if you can't accept the little date around the corner, then how can you move to something bigger? If you just want something big out the gate, most of the time that most guys they'll look at it as, she want to be winding down on the first date when you're
I
supposed to be getting to
do.
know each other. But that's
But
the
I think
thing.
you
If
still
if
can. But I do want
you
to
can do,
be. I do want to be court. I want when I go out with someone for anything, I want to know that there's some type of thought. You know what I mean? And to me, it just seems like a lot of this just seemed to me like it was kind of thrown together. And these were guys. Let me qualify my statement too, not to cut you off, brother. And I want to see what and Bo was back. So and I want to have Jamila speak. But I've never also been out with and I won't say a lot, but it was at least three, and that was enough for me that I've gone out with men. Like literally, they asked me out, and we go out, and it was a modest time. It was we worked out in the park, and we went to go grab some salads and smoothies, and the gentleman didn't have any money. Like literally asked me
Oh wow.
out and didn't have any money.
Oh
You
wow.
know, um,
so
yeah, that
did you,
happened once. Another time, a gentleman he said, okay, his mom had passed away about a month prior. And because we had no romantic tie, I was totally not even expecting it to be a date. But we went to Fridays, the one right at university. And when he before we went in, he said, I didn't want to tell you this, but I'm kind of embarrassed, but I didn't want to keep putting this off because we worked on a board together. Like I said, it wasn't a romantic interest. This is just a male and female because I'm going somewhere with this, so I want to qualify my statement. We were on a parks and recreation. We were on a board together, and so he said, I don't have, too much money. And I said, okay. So we proceed to go in the restaurant. He orders an alcoholic beverage. Okay. You already know. You don't have much money, but you are ordering an alcoholic beverage. And I said, okay, I'm going to have, basically two appetizers. This brother said, oh, I want two appetizers too. And I want this for the entree. You already have told me that you don't have much money. And then when the bill came, this is what he told me, y'all. Well, my mom just died. What you expect? That's what he told me.
That's
And
so
this
not.
did
wasn't a romantic situation. This was just me thinking, okay, but even with me being a female and you being a male, the fact that you could feel comfortable enough to run up a bill, order an alcoholic beverage when I did not, like that should be the general rule of thumb. A gentleman told me a long time ago, if
Was
you
was
do
he
not
drunk
have
or he
money,
didn't want to pay
Oh, please let me get in. Please let me get in. Please let me get in.
for
oh, okay. Well, hello, sir. Welcome. So that was time number two, and I just want to say, that wasn't even a romantic situation. That was a just hey, going out with the colleague, what have you. Number three was a client of mine. I was when I was at the gym. We literally went across from Sunset Place to Wendy's. We went and this gentleman had asked me to come to lunch had asked me to come to lunch, had asked me to come. After we worked out, after we finished the session, we went over to Wendy's, okay? and I ordered, check it, y'all, a baked potato and the 4-piece nugget. And he turned to me and asked for the money. I'm done. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah. So where you finding these dudes? I mean, they just sound like
Exactly.
personal. Sound like almost personal.
Wait a minute. Who said exactly? She. That's you. She. That's
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry, but
she. That's you.
Yes,
in Miami. In Miami. Bo knows that it was probably Bo. Bo was probably the man that I went out with at the Parks and Recs. Bo was the one that Friday. Bo was the one that Friday.
If that guy from Friday, that guy from Fridays, when you went out and he was acting like that, you should have looked directly at that waiter, split the check, paid yours, and walked up out of there.
But did he have the money for it though?
Let me ask a question.
It don't matter. He had the money.
Let me. I don't try to advocate for the devil at all, but let me just flip the script and throw it on the other side. It's Friday night. You know what I'm saying? I just want to, act a little different. Can I act a little different?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, salute to everybody. I ain't mean to come in, blazing, but so how was that so crazy, so horrible, so unspeakable? But women do it every time they go out with a
brother.
dude.
We're not talking about generals. Like I said, all the time.
Listen, no,
sir, you have to drop it. Sir, give me some specific situations to you. Don't tell me women do it. Talk about specifically when something like that has happened from a woman to you. Tell me.
Okay.
I'm all ears. I'm putting myself on mute.
Okay, hold on. Let me pick a name for her so I don't spill her real name on these YouTube streets. Okay, we're gonna call her Amy. So Amy was depressed, stressed out, I always play hood therapist. That's what I do. Dr. Ross, no MD. So I was just, giving her comfort because she was going through a lot. Everything was falling down. So she was like, well, she ain't ate yet. So I pulled up. I was like, all right, well, we can go out to eat. I'll get you, don't even worry about it. I'm going to get you a little something. The little something ends up being 5, 6 drinks. Now, I don't drink. I don't smoke, none of that. According to her, she would stop drinking. I guess since swallowing came into style. But anyway, she got 5, 6 drinks. I mean, I ain't take her nowhere. I mean, I took her to Olive Garden. I mean, it won't that cheap, but she picked the most expensive meal at Olive Garden and picked one to go home before the food even came to her. She got an appetizer she didn't eat, whole bunch of food. She ran up the check, but then she was talking about how she didn't have no money. But on the way home, obviously I pay for it, even 9 times out of 10. Even when I go out with friends, they females, I pay for it, especially just me and them. But when she on the way home, she talking about how she going shopping the next day. I was like, well, you need to shop for some groceries.
Oh my
God.
That's expected though. That's expected.
But it's a simple thing.
My point though, the Courtney story, like, because it's still, we need to differentiate between these stories she's telling, well, whether or not, like, was she out with like just bums that she picked up on the streets who couldn't pay for the women,
please,
or was these guys that just had the money? They were decent dudes with money.
No, I don't think bums.
So these was guys that just refused to pay for your food. They got the money. They just felt like you weren't.
I don't know, but I will say this:
because there was this sister. Let me just finish my point, and I'm gonna let you go. Because it's a difference between when you dating bums and dudes who have the means, who just feel like you aren't even worth it. Man, we splitting this. You know what I'm saying? Thanks. And it is what it is.
No, okay. So I don't know what you're saying facts to, but I The first
I was saying
gentleman.
facts to the part where he said there's a difference once a guy who has the ability or willingness to pay for you or treat you as they say like a lady, but
But I'm
feel
saying,
that you're not working.
how would I know that? How would our ladies know that? So, gentlemen on the panel, Sheed, Bo, and Sir, how would you know that you're not dealing with a complete bum? Because here I am. I'm going to tell you where I was. Now, this was years ago, but I was
if he got the average full-time job, but he refused to buy you some chicken nuggets, I mean, that's a good sign he don't think too highly of you.
Of course, I didn't go forward from there, Bo, but I'm talking about before that happened. Before that happened.
The other lady, she want to join in. We can answer after that.
Yeah, I am going to. Yes, I definitely am going to. But I want to just again say to my point. Thank you, though, Sheed. I'm going to let Sister Miller jump in. But I'm saying to my point, how would you know that beforehand? Because that's where I think the disconnect is happening. I'm saying that a man in general, if you ask a woman out for whatever reason, to think that you can come out and not be forthcoming with saying I don't have any money, or not to say that I don't even have $5 to cover a potato and a chicken nugget. I'm saying that I think that some men, I won't say all, but some men do not realize, once again, that your boys are conducting yourself this way, but they're not talking this way. I'm sure that potato and chicken nugget story was probably Tony Roma's pizza by the time he retold the story. Okay.
Now we love telling the chicken nugget stories. We love them.
I don't know what we and that I don't know what fellas you came up with, but like I said, there was not a movie. Yeah, well, I don't. But see, that's the thing. What type of person would get a kick out of that? That's not funny. Like, that's not funny.
No, that's not funny.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact,
it's not funny for a female to try to get a free meal off a dude she don't like either.
But I didn't do that. I'm
just saying like that.
No, but you're just saying. But I'm talking specifically.
What I was saying, so you can understand what I'm saying. To men, that's the equivalent.
No, it's not. Let me hop in, please.
How you gonna tell me what it is to men?
First of all, please, because everybody has.
Down get it, bro. Let her go. Let her go. Down get it. Let her go, bro.
Nah, just let her go. Then we can talk after.
All right.
I guess everybody has a different opinion of what it is to be a man. I have a 17-year-old son. I would let him know off top. No big deal. You know what I'm saying? It could be a young lady that doesn't like you in a romantic way. You pay her meal. I mean, it's all blessings. You know what I'm saying? In Islam, we call it sadaqah. It's nothing. I bought my best friend and her husband lunch today, lunch on me today. It was nothing. So all of that, she got a meal and she didn't really want the dude. Stop. At the end of the day, women know that guys want one thing. And so you got young ladies like, oh, he's trying to scheme on me. Let me at least get dinner out of it. I'm not going to give him any or be in his life like that, but I already know the game. So trying to pretend like a man is a victim because he fed a woman, just stop. All right. But what I really wanted to hop in to talk about is all these nuances about the first date. None of that means anything. Okay. You can't judge where a relationship is going to go based on what you all did on the first date and getting all into every detail. What was the latitude and longitude of the restaurant? And did he, pay with the left hand or the right hand? Just stop. Women, you got to have your standards. Point is, men are the ones that take the relationship to the next level. When two people get married, when they get engaged, who proposes to who? I mean, who proposes to who?
That's true.
The man.
The man proposed to the woman.
The man proposes to the woman. So when it's all said and done, you have to look at patterns. You have to sit back and pay attention to what's going on. Women, you got to have your standards. You know what these dudes is after 99% of the time. You're going to figure it out. It doesn't matter. First date, did you do this? Did you do that? Look, I live in Louisville, Kentucky. This is River City. Most people's first date is hanging out at the river. It's just part of the culture, what we do here. A person can marry you and buy you a house, and the first date y'all went on cost zero money. just because that's what a lot of people do here. Obviously not not when it's cold. But even sometimes when it is chilly, we put on our coats and we go to the river. There's a big whole development down there, and it's so it does the first dates and all of that is not that big of a deal. This is also called Derby City. People go to the track. I mean, I'm not into that, but that could be your first date, going to the racetrack. It's just part of the culture of what people do here. So you really can't get into exactly what you did and didn't do on the first date. That's going to determine where it goes. It's all in what that man wants for himself. Does he want to be in a committed relationship? Does he want to be someone's husband? Does he want to be, you know, serious? And a lot of times it has nothing to do with the woman. When you in someone's presence, you're filling them out anyway. You know, even just hanging out with friends, you might hang out a couple times and be like, I don't like her energy. Nah, that's not my type of hype right there. And you don't hang out. Maybe your intentions was to be cool, but you may not really want to hang out with that person. So the issue is, and Bo, I don't have a problem with you, but asking all these details about the date and this and that, I think it's pointless. It's all in a man's intentions. And the only way a woman's going to know is if she guards her goods and sits back and sees patterns.
What details did I ask though? She the one that had all the prerequisites for the first date. What details did I ask?
I understand, but it's just a long, drawn out conversation about where you met the dude and the date and this and this and this and this. And I mean, I don't know.
I think you confusing what was said. She the one that had the stories about the different dates. And I just asked, what was the problem? I think you pretty much proved my point in some ways without even knowing it. Because her having these prerequisites of what a first date should entail may have in some ways sabotaging to what could have came later on from subsequent dates that could have materialized afterwards. And that was my point that I was trying to make.
When it comes to
being
standard,
the culture, because I said the culture down here, the same way that you spoke to the culture in Louisville, the culture down here is more fast paced. So people not making drawn out first dates. So if a prerequisite for you is that a date has to be well thought out and planned and all that, then you're gonna miss the opportunity to establish a relationship with certain men just based on that alone. They're not gonna take time out of their schedule to plan a date with you, and they don't know you. And that's just the reality of the dating culture down here. The same way the dating culture where you live different, it's the same. So could she have self-sabotaged herself to date by having all these prerequisites for what entails a first date and what doesn't and what she won't accept as a first date and whatnot? Especially once you get high up in age. Like it's different from when you a teenager or in college and you go through the whole butterflies of first dates and it's cool. Once you hit in your upper 30s, it's like, man, what you want to do? You want to go get something to eat or not? And that's the reality of the dating thing.
I understand what you're saying, but I also don't think that relates to what could have been. I think what could have been is whatever that man wanted it to be. If he's looking for a wife or if he's looking for a serious relationship.
And the average man don't care. The average man right now, 2020 age, who has his stuff together, doing what he's doing, he doesn't care. He's not approaching situations on a first date thinking about a wife. That's not the reality of the dating scene in 2020, especially not where I'm from.
Well, that
he knows what he wants for himself.
Yeah,
right.
I
It depends on what
can
he
I
wants
speak
for
into?
himself. But she,
Him know
yeah,
what he
she
want for
has
himself
something
don't mean he know what you want.
Okay, basically, sir, I think that's you with the jacket, right? I want to say pretty much what you dated, not even dating, but just dealing with that woman that you went out, you offered to pay. So you should have set the tone when she was buying all that stuff. You should have let her know. I went out with my cousin and I did that. You know, when I normally go out with my family, you know, and my cousin, we always go to these different restaurants. I would always pay for their meals. So we'll go to steakhouse. She'll get chicken and what was it? Potatoes and broccoli. She ate every restaurant we went to. So there were certain restaurants she would think about getting ribs. I said, get it. I'll pay it. Now, it was at one particular time we went to a
Come
restaurant.
on,
She
now.
tried to go all out. No, just keep with the story. She tried to go all out, and I
These
told her,
stories about restaurants and dating, man, that's so like middle school on the dating scene. Like it don't even really. And I don't mean to minimize your story, but I'm just saying like can't get caught up in these little like petty little. This day I had this day, this day. I done been on 1,000 dates in my life. You know what I'm saying? I could pick
Wait,
out the
finish
worst from them.
the story.
So
Can he finish talking?
just seem like we
yes.
be concentrating on petty details and stuff.
But the thing of it is, I sit
Bo,
there and listen to
Bo,
your
let him
situation.
finish, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you right. I
Thank you. Bo, let
apologize.
him
You right.
finish.
I'm dead
Thank
wrong.
you. Thank you.
All
Go
right.
ahead,
Well,
she. Thank you so much.
basically, what I was saying was, you know, she got to the point where she wanted to order a whole bunch of drinks. She wanted to order a whole bunch of food. When it came down to it, and she was naming out what she wanted, I told her, I'm only paying for this. Anything other than that, that's what you're paying for. And that was a family member from his position when he was paying for a friend. That's what I'm referring to. That's what I was
Oh,
making a point. Since I was the one paying, I ultimately made the decision. Whatever you get is ultimately what I'm paying for, what I want to pay for. I'm not going to pay for none of this other stuff. Like you say, she had 5 drinks. That was your choice to say, no, you get a 2 drink minimum. Anything over those 2 drinks, you pay for it. If she got a side or whatever, that's cool. You pay for this, I pay for this. He should have made that standard with her. Even with in situations when dudes go out on a date with a female, ultimately the way she got handled in that situation, she would have never knew it happened. So, when a guy comes up there and don't have no money, pretty much that's your decision to leave him there. You shouldn't even ate. When the guy looked over to you and you ordered a potato and he asked for the money, you should have said, I'm good, and walked away. It was your choice to stay there, either give him the money or whatever. By you staying there, he knows how to handle you.
No, I
You
didn't
know,
stay. I went across the street to Whole Foods and I ate on the bar. Thank you.
okay, that's cool.
I
No, I'm
didn't
just saying.
stay.
okay.
I
So I
I'm
didn't.
just saying
want
if
to
you
I want to clarify my story. I only told the part that was indicative to the conversation.
okay,
Um, so at that time, I already decided I was going to give her. That was the homie. Um, so I already decided I was going to help her out and give her or loan her like some bread. She just didn't get no bread. I literally handed her the money that I was going to hand her anyway. I was going to take her out to eat and throw her some bread because she needed the bread. Um, so that was the homie. So I just gave her the money that I was going to give her instead of paying for the food and giving her some bread. I just gave her that bread because I don't buy drinks anyway. I don't care if it's a first, and that wasn't even a real date. It was a homie date. That's how I call it. It's a homie date. Like it wasn't nothing romantic or nothing like that. Um, but yeah, that's how I handle that. I'm very direct and strategic about how I handle stuff. Yeah, you don't want to get caught in a situation either way. But yeah, that part. But yeah, it
yeah,
was a homie date and I just handed her the money. That's why I was like, well, you needed to buy some groceries. And I did bring up that point. I left that out of the story. But I did bring up the point was like, you just wasted your grocery money on, this, now you have a plate of food when you could have had groceries.
yeah. But I mean, even with this whole thing about paying for women's meal and stuff like that, I understand when it comes to a certain aspect. A lot of women want men to pay for their meals, but like in that situation, if we friends, I'm not obligated to pay for nothing. I
Yeah,
mean,
unless I
just on
tell
the
you I'm
strength.
coming out. Unless I'm
Yeah,
telling you, you know what I'm
I
saying?
understand.
Unless I say to you, hey, let's go out to eat or something like that. Unless I'm offering to pay for you, then you should expect to pay for yourself.
Exactly.
Because very simply, but most women don't think that way. And they think that just because we're on a date, then you're supposed to pay for whatever I want and give me
No,
whatever I want. And they spoil. They spoil. I don't like you. I don't really want to talk to you. I'm on my phone the whole night, but I want you to buy me whatever I want and do whatever I want. It don't work like that, sweetie. I'm sorry.
eh,
It don't
to
work like
me,
that.
it works both
Hey, to
ways. You
sum it up
catch.
though,
Hit
yeah,
that person who you was
my
on the
bad,
phone with all night
I never
to pay for
did
this
for the
meal.
record. I've never
my
done that
bad.
on a date.
It happens though. But to sum it up though, just to move it to the conversation, to sum it up, sir, right. And that's why I asked earlier, do the man you go on a date with, do they have the money but just playing games? Or are they just straight bums and don't have it? Because
That's I wouldn't know.
Well,
well, these
it's
are things
kind of
you need to
telltale.
know.
You
Real
should
men
have
pay for a
conversation.
woman's food.
How would I
See,
That's
the
not
know?
even.
whole real
See, that's that real man stuff. It goes out
yeah,
the
the
window
real man
because
stuff kind of like played out in
How would you
2020
know?
because
What
I'm
the
just I'm
gender.
just
Maybe there
letting
are
her
no
know
real
with this
women.
because when it comes to a real man, I mean, when it comes to a real man, he's not he's not worrying about money. Money is not an option. But you got to understand the type of men that you either date or mess with. That's what you end up with. Because if I have a woman that I'm going on a date with, I'm paying. You know, like I seen this story
Right.
about the woman. She got mad because she was going out with a dude. She had a child. They go to McDonald's. He goes to pull up to the drive-through, and she get mad because the dude won't pay for the child some food, which is like $3, like a little Happy Meal for $4. This guy's taking you
A
on the
Happy
date.
Meal. Yeah, I
He,
saw
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I
but
saw
this the
that.
thing. That guy was taking her on the date, no matter what he was taking her. He was paying for everything that night, and she got mad because the guy wouldn't pay for a Happy Meal. My thing is this: that's your child. You are already putting this guy in a position
Nah,
to take
man,
care of
that's a
your
sucker
child
move
before
though.
you.
That's a sucker move. You
Let
can't
me
justify
let
that.
me
That's
let
a
me
sucker
let me
move.
finish. Let me finish.
But we can't
You putting
justify no sucker stuff though.
all right. Go ahead, man.
I'm just saying though, we can't
I
Let
justify
mean,
that.
him
Make us
finish,
look
man.
to
bad,
Let
me,
him
bro.
finish.
for us to have a
That make
dialogue, I have
Let
to
him
talk.
finish,
You have
bro.
to talk. That's how the dialogue work. I understand. I listen to what you say, and then I rebuttal, or you listen to what I say and rebuttal, so everyone can hear. Because when both of us are talking, the people out that are listening, they can't hear when people are talking over each other. So, but basically, like I was saying, to the extent she wanted this guy to pay for that child's food, and that's already starting the relationship of him being in that child's life, and he ain't even met the child, seen the child, or anything. He's just going out with the mother on the first date. So if she couldn't pay $5 for her own child food, that showed me what type of mother she was, first of all, and how the date was gonna be. I'm finished.
Okay. I would definitely like us to talk specifically about things that are happening here. That's why I always say I don't like for us to speak on generalities or generalizations. I don't think that those help in conversations when we're trying to figure out, how to come up with solutions specifically to individuals. And we can start with individuals here. Welcome to the panel, Taylor. Welcome to the panel. Um,
Thank you.
uh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm just wondering. So, Bo, and Sheed and Senior, Sir Senior, what are some ways would you suggest I'm able to tell? Because Bo, you keep throwing out this is 2020, and actually it's 2021, but I understand what you're saying. But how do you know? How do you know? But how do I know? So I'm asking, what are some points that I can know if the man truly has? Because I have seen some men drive in, the men that I was talking about from the gym. They were, they're driving nice. Their workout gear is gear that they're bringing in themselves, and workout gear is not cheap, especially when you're like doing personal training equipment. There were different variations, but when they're asking about quick spots, I'm just thinking you're thinking about quick spots because you're thinking of me as being this is going to be a quick transaction, so to speak. And I just wasn't really interested in a kind of quick transaction, and I just wanted to know that I'm with someone that is interested long term. But she brought up a great point, but I don't know if you caught that or not, but that's why I qualified the statement with saying when I first moved to Miami and this was the scene, I was married at the time. Now, fast forward 2 years later, and I was no longer married. I was definitely a little bit more flexible let's put it that way, with what some dating options were, and that's how I ended up with the gentleman that wanted to just go and work out at the park and go and get some smoothies and salads, and then told me he didn't have no money. Okay. And that didn't happen again. So I'm just saying that, some things you just learn by the way of going through it. But what are some telltale signs that the gentleman on the panel can share with how we can, as females, how we can make sure that we are not just um, Tosh, thank you so much for coming on. I just saw your message. You were such a great guest tonight. Thank you so much. And we need to definitely be in touch. Give me a call when your next night off, when your next day off, so we can plan something else out. Because I think this is a really fun panel. I would love to co-host with you again. And that was Tosh, y'all. So everybody put up a glower. She's leaving for the night, chilling with her hubs. All right. So, again, so what are some ways that you think, you can identify if a man really has it or if he's just trying to whatever? Because I don't, like I said, again, I'm not out there seeking. So it's not like, hey, I got my goggles on and I'm trying to check what the wingtips look like, they cost like, and looking at his wrist work to see what that watch doing, and I'm seeing what driving and pulling up in. I'm not doing that. So I'm being very, waiting to be found, that sort of thing. But I definitely want to make sure that my time is not wasted. I don't want to waste anybody's time, and I don't want my time to be wasted either. But I'm going back on mute, but I would definitely love to hear you all feedback with that.
Well, I say this, right? The whole concept of you don't want to waste time, you don't want your time to be wasted. I think you may be going wrong with that. That may not be the right mentality to have going into the dating scene at this later age right now. Because you're going to have to, how can you say it? Going back to that, it's a difference between what a dude has it and doesn't want to spend it, and whether or not he just don't have it. And I find it hard to believe that a dude don't have it, like as related to your stories with Wendy's, where they didn't want to spend it.
Right, but how would I have known that? Right, but how would I have known that? I mean, like I said, it was years ago.
I'm saying maybe he was testing you, because sometimes
he might have been, but
because like you got to understand that a lot of times, look at what the sister said when she came up here, that a woman is supposed to automatically get whatever she wants. That was pretty much the energy she said, was a woman supposed to get whatever she wants, even if she likes him or not, even if she's going to talk to him or not, even if she's going to mess around with him or not, no matter what he wants. If he wants just straight sex or he wants a real relationship, if she's interested or not, she should get whatever she wants up front. And most men have to deal with that. Majority of men have to deal with women with that mentality. I'm going to use you and get whatever I want if I'm interested in you in any type of way or not. So he has to make sure that you're not using him. So he may take you to McDonald's. He may take you on a coffee date. He may take you on a date and then say, okay, well, we got to go Dutch. You never know, because that woman might just be trying to get a free meal.
Anybody that would be interested, anybody that would be interested in doing that, as I did with that gentleman, that was like, what, 6 years ago? As I did with that gentleman, I'm like, I just went over, I'm like, it's cool. And I went over to Whole Foods. So I wouldn't be, if you're trying to give me a shit test as a mother effing grown woman, I just think that that's just the wrong idea to even go into it. I would, like I said, I'm glad I'm not in the dating scene, but I think that, I like, and I remember there was a gentleman that, I used to, be really good friends with in college. And he always said, anything that I spend it as though I'm going to lose it. I don't spend it to be like, oh, I'm doing this to see what I'm going to get in return. I spend it as though I'll never see it again. And he said this in college. Beautiful dude. And I tell you, I feel like I really missed the ship with that one. By the time I went back for him, he was good and married in Arizona. But
that happens sometimes. We miss our opportunities.
Yeah, we missed some opportunities. No, but it wasn't. There were opportunities that were supposed to be missed. So, but I think about him often because he really was really just very smart, and he was younger than me, but he was very smart and he always had these like really fun little quirky sayings. He watched a lot of Dragon Ball Z. It was funny, but that's what I mean. I feel like a man should, you shouldn't have in your mind, I'm gonna do this shit test. I'm gonna take this bitch over here. I'm gonna take her and see if she.
Okay, but does it matter?
Well, personally speaking,
it does matter.
I do have something to say about it.
I'm sorry. Let me just make this one. When I say it doesn't matter, is when you see it, these type of things come at you, then it's kind of like a test of character on both sides, right? So whatever games he think he's playing to test you, you see the type of character he is, and the type of dude that plays those type of games would typically have a lineup of women. This is the type of dude that's looking for one woman that's looking to settle down. This is a dude that's just running the field, like you said. He in the gym. He probably think he this or he that or whatever, and he could care less about you. And it's like, hey, you're gonna pay for these chicken nuggets. So you really didn't lose nothing. You just weeded one out and you keep it moving. You know what I mean? You get what I mean by that? To the effect of it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree.
These are just characteristics.
Man, right. Whether he was a high earning man, it doesn't mean he was a high status or a high value man. It just meant that
high character man.
High earning. Right, exactly.
Let's just say high character.
And I'm all for I'm that over anything. But what I find is unfortunate that I do think that it works both ways, just like Sir Senior just said, with sometimes we miss out on our opportunities. I think the same thing for some of these gentlemen, too. If you're trying to play this type of shit games, shit tests, you're gonna miss out maybe on some really quality sisters.
But you gotta realize he's not looking for nothing. The point is he's not looking for nothing. When you in the dating scene, all men aren't looking for something. Some just trying to slang it and keep it moving with the least possible effort. The least possible effort.
They're doing that too. Like, we got to keep it real on both sides. A good person need to look for a good person. And how do you find a good person versus a crappy person? Everybody gonna
by weeding out all the dirt.
Everybody on the panel who don't like chicken. Well, I know some people vegan, but when you wasn't vegan on this panel, who didn't like chicken wings?
I like chicken wings.
I'm gonna go after the lady that's up here now. I'll go after when she finishes talking.
I was gonna say, as far as the shit test or the whatever, I can see some men going the cheap route as like a test of character for a woman, but that's kind of the wrong way to think about it, so in some ways. But I can understand if somebody like says, hey, let's go to McDonald's or whatever, right? I'll just suggest that I make a picnic lunch and we go to the park, because I'll automatically know what that guy is doing. And I've had guys invite me to their house before. I was like, and they lived in the next city. They just said, come through. Good. Like, I was like, no, because they that's another example of a shit test. And you can either say no, or you can suggest something different and let that person realize that there's a right and a wrong way to go about certain things. And personally, I would just do a picnic or something like that if he's really that scared of spending more money on me than he feels I might be worth or whatever, and I'll address it later,
you messing up. You're supposed to recognize that and know to keep it moving. It ain't no compromise. Oh, you won't spend for my McDonald's, so I do a picnic instead. No, that's when you're supposed to recognize that and be like, you know what, F you, don't worry about it. And keep it moving. Because it's a test of character. You gotta approach it as a test of character. And does he feel I'm worth this?
you gotta
And I guess
understand
like
both
I guess
sides
I like
of
I
it.
saw
Like
it.
I really respect how she said that. She said that, well, I'm not about your money, so we can make a picnic. That is a any guy who is trying to see, is this woman trying to use me or she really into me? He's going to pick her. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to big her up or trying to down anybody else. I'm just saying facts. That's how I am. I'm just blunt, and I'm gonna say facts. I'm gonna say how I
Well,
feel, and not, or I'm gonna say
well,
facts. Sometimes
well,
they
both.
coincide.
It
So
don't
with
necessarily work like that.
so with
She
Yeah,
just gonna be his low energy
with that
chick.
being said, bro, let me talk. Like, let me get mine off, and I'm gonna let you talk. All right, so I see her on a lot of panels, and her way of approaching it, how she approaches almost every situation, gets her chose. She gets chosen by high value men. She gets chosen by high value men. A man who's really about his business is going to choose her over somebody who want to argue with her, somebody who want to just say, well, I'm too good to go to McDonald's, or all that extra stuff. Sometimes a dude just don't want to argue. Sometimes he want to see, are you really about what he's about? You're a team player. You saying that, oh, well, because he wanted to go to get coffee or to McDonald's or somewhere that wasn't a lot of money up front, makes him not worthy of being with you, then very simply, you telling women the wrong thing, because no man is going to want to be used by his pocket. Because if
Personally,
you being used, you're going to want to use them. It's
Bro,
just
um
like
we talking about
I
Burger
respect
King
what
and
you, I
McDonald's, not
respect what you said.
Benihana's.
I
no,
respect
but
what
that
you said.
I get a lot of people like get mixed up about the place and how it's seen as low level. But I'm good at I like I said before, I'm an empath. I'm good at reading people's energies. I can tell if somebody's doing this just because they wanna they think I'm only worth that, and if or they're doing it because they're being cautious about certain things. Because no guy wants to spend $100 at a place like Hibachi or a Bonefish Grill on a woman that he's unsure of, and it's okay to be unsure in the early stages. That's what I was trying to get at. I don't think you should crucify a man because he personally like. If a guy's coming to me like acting all cocky about it, like saying, "Oh yeah, we gonna go to McDonald's, get this 20 piece, split that," I know this dude's a clown. But if he just casually like says, it doesn't even have to be McDonald's. It could be a place like Jack in the Box or a Whataburger. But I'm just saying, any like fast food place in general, I would just make a different suggestion and see his reaction. I would closely see his reaction to that. I'm not gonna be as direct as when Tony Stark zapped Bruce and stares at him. I'm just gonna be casual about it and see what kind of reaction I get from him and make my assessment there. I rest my
the
mic.
the
Yo,
biggest
I
thing
even
is
like that analogy. I love that analogy. See, yo,
the
she
big
cooking. She cooking.
Let me tell
well
you
the big
something, right? Because I know she say she want like a older dude, right, in his 30s. Let me explain something to you, right? If a dude in his 30s, right, suggests Jack in the Box to you, knowing that you younger and it just goes to show where he sees you at in a way. Cause I don't even really eat Jack in the Box or McDonald's to even suggest we go to Jack. We go there together to take time out of my day to, hey, come on, let's go to. So you got to be able to assess certain situations in the character and see where does he place you at in his mind. So
Well, that was I was
it's
speaking
one
specifically.
thing.
Sorry,
Uh,
go ahead.
no, because it's one thing to compromise, right, and be like, okay, we ain't got to do that. But then it's another thing to play yourself short, and you need to
Right.
learn that balance.
Yeah, and I was specifically speaking to if I hadn't known this guy, like if I'm just meeting this guy, and we just set up something. The guy that I'm talking to now, we've been talking for over 3 weeks, and I don't expect him to come from the state that he lives in all the way to where I am just to take me to McDonald's, for our first date. I know I have a bit of history with him now. I'm just talking about if I were to meet him, if I was to meet somebody here, and we're just talking like for a short period of time. But I actually prefer getting to know somebody for a couple of weeks before going on a date with them anyway. Building up a level of
That's
trust.
good.
But
That's good.
that
She
was
wanted to speak. Thank you.
yeah,
Yes, she wanted
that's
to
what I
speak.
wanted to say too. I mean, basically, you got to look at it like this: anybody over, I would say 35, because some people that are under 35 are a little immature to a certain degree, to where you play these shit test games, as people as we've been calling it. I don't do that. I wasn't even doing that in my 20s. If I have a girl, I'll take her out to eat. We'll go to Red Lobster, some type of restaurant. I'm not taking no girl to no fast food place. I mean, I don't. I mean, that shows the little respect of myself. You know, I don't. And then, like,
Yeah,
at my age now, I don't. I haven't ate McDonald's in like 5 years. The last thing I ate at McDonald's was a parfait, and that's when I ate at McDonald's. Like, I don't do McDonald's. Like certain fast foods, I don't even touch them. To a certain extent, I always eat at restaurants because more or less they cooking the food. Vegetables, stuff like that is more proper. I mean, dealing with a guy that wants to take you to a Wendy's or something like that, you gotta use discretion. I mean, when it comes down to it, it don't matter what these guys wearing, what kind of clothes, what kind of car they driving. Or half of them might be broke pimping, just like the women broke pimping. These women, they'll go out here, they'll buy a Louis Vuitton purse, and they got an air mattress at home, or they don't have a mattress with no frame. Same thing with the dudes. The dude to have a luxury car, he might wear the same suit every day. You never know. You always think he has a nice suit. He might have 5 suits or 3 suits that he wear all the time. You never know, because he's putting all his money into his looks, and he don't have nothing to spend. So you can't judge it. You got to actually test him by questioning him. If we go out on a date, where we're going. If he say, I'm gonna surprise you, okay, it might be something good. You got to ask questions. You like, okay, we're gonna go out on our first date. Where are we going? Okay, you see a guy, he looks good, and he's questioning, getting up, trying to go on dates and stuff like that. Ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions, because ultimately, if he wants to take you to McDonald's and he tells you right then and there, your standard should be a little bit higher than McDonald's. If a guy
yeah. Your
wants to take
spidey
you to
senses can
McDonald's,
go up.
it's not even just a test. I mean, depending on the age you at, and a guy wants to take you to McDonald's or any fast food, you should question that in general. Now, if he's saying we're going to like a Wendy's to get some salad, to something that's healthy, I can probably understand that. But if we going to Wendy's to get a burger and fries, I mean, you could do better and go to Steak and Shake for that, even though it's still cheap. But I mean, it's a little more better than a Wendy's.
Yeah,
You got
I
to.
definitely don't want to go. I would definitely, like I said, would turn down that offer. But that was specifically on the condition that I wasn't like talking to this guy for very long. Like I met him like I don't know on Tuesday, and he wanted to go out on Thursday, that kind of thing. But like personally, my personal preference is getting to know this person through texting, calling, Google Duo type stuff, and before I go on a date with him, before I go anywhere with the man. To be honest, I want to see how he interacts, his mannerisms and body language over a video call before, because it's not safe either way. Like even if he does suggest something like a fast food place or a place in public, I don't know anything about him unless I've been talking to him for a while.
Yeah,
Like I
my
really,
Well,
really
thing
know
is
Taylor,
how
that
what is
I really.
What is the best date that you've been on? What's the best date you've ever been on?
Okay, so the best date I've ever been on was I went to a Nigerian restaurant with an African man. He was Nigerian. He drove me. He came up to Denton, you know, from another city that was at least an hour out, and then he took me to another city that was at least an hour out. Which I was nervous the whole time, but this was our second
Yeah,
date, so I was
I
like, okay.
would have had my hands on some maces. Amen.
Well, this was our second date. The first day we went to Chili's, but the Nigerian restaurant, that was a nice touch. I that was
that was the best date because I got to taste the food that's from his culture and all that, the lamb and the jollof rice and all that stuff, and and so that was good.
Now, see, that's beautiful.
So
The reason why I asked is because that was thought out, right? He had to drive an
yes.
hour. He took you away an hour. It's thought out. That's what
Mhm.
that's what I'm just trying to get at. I think that these are what makes the best dates. Now, I understand. I heard it loud and clear before y'all come with some clapback. Yes, the first date was Chili's, and not that I would be opposed to that. Again, I'm not opposed to that because I've gone on some first dates that, like I said, with the gentleman. And come to find out from been verified, this dude has been verified, a millionaire almost dang there, has a sunglass company, very popular. But we went to Starbucks and then, we went to Harry's Pizzeria for lunch and it was a great time. It was a great time. It's not that I'm so like, oh, you have to have prerequisite to even date me. This is someone that I had just met, like literally. And he was like, hey, do you want to go grab some coffee? Do you want to spend the day? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let me be flexible. Let's do that. But I'm saying if a man and I have had some familiarity, we've had some type of dealings for months, and the place you want to take me to is, it's not well thought out at all. It's just kind of thrown out. It's not thought out, it's thrown out. I'm not going to catch it. That's all I mean. I'm not saying that, like Taylor just said, the first date, I'm not saying, oh, he should have been a concert. I'm saying, no, for someone that I just met, that doesn't have to be. But for someone that I've known a couple of weeks, couple of months, we're sharing stories, we're laughing, we have a great rapport. Treat your girl good. Y'all heard me. All right, I'm back on
Right.
mute.
Right. That's what I was basically saying. If you build up a level of trust and level of kind of history, even if it's just a month, I definitely don't expect him to show up and take me to McDonald's. I mean, like we literally could have just like stayed home for that. But I'm saying if it's kind of a spontaneous type thing, I don't know. But personally, I prefer to talk to somebody for a long time before I actually go on a date with them.
I don't know. I
I
kind of
think we
feel
need
that
to take into account.
that when a man actually care about a woman, she is important to him. But at the same token, he wants to know that when he ain't got it, she's there too. I will give like Courtney says always do something that's personal. Even though me and my kid's mom won't really like that, and she wasn't, the right person for me, I'll put it that way. It was certain things that she did that made me make sure that like I was there for her and I stuck in with her way longer than I should have because it was times where I was in between a paycheck and she wasn't really working. She was kind of working with her mom where we shared, a sandwich together and a drink. Like, so somebody who wants to share a sandwich, with me, she deserves wherever she want to go. So there wasn't no place really in Raleigh, because they didn't have the roof Christian, but and there wasn't no place in Raleigh or around that area that she wanted to go that I didn't take her. Even, so you have to understand like it's a balance. You can't say, well, I want the world, but not willing to give anything. You can't say that, oh, well, I want the best, but not willing, to be there when they're going through the worst. If you're not willing to shoot with them in the gym, you don't need to pop champagne at, when I win the championship. I just look at it like that.
Brother, that's again that maybe she wasn't, but that doesn't make all women. We want to welcome Diamond Princess to the stage, y'all. Diamond Princess was my first ever moderator. I always have to give
Hi.
that announcement every time. She was the first moderator I ever had. Absolutely. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the panel, Diamond.
Hi. I won't be on here long. I just want to talk for a little bit. I remember, as when I was in my 20s, I was dating men that was no value. They were like, they wouldn't. These men would take me to places that didn't have any meaning, or it wasn't really quality places. But at that time, I had low self-esteem about myself. I did not take myself seriously as I do now. And all these men did what was they want to get in my pants. They did not take me on a real date. But there was this one guy, and this is when I was going to Job Corps. This guy asked me out on a date, and he told me that we was going to the Flaming Flamingos because I lived on campus at that time. And Flaming Flamingos is an expensive place to go. And I told him, yeah, why not? So it was down by the Staples Center. So we ate and have a good time. He was a really nice gentleman. But it just went far as to dating because I wasn't, in the right place to be like a girlfriend or marriage material, because I did not have that sense of, I didn't have a wife material mindset. So, and plus, you know, it wasn't a good time for me. So it all depends on a man or what he wants to do, or how he thinks of himself. The way he thinks of himself is how he's going to treat that woman. And women, like me, are not going to settle for less because I can pay for McDonald's by my damn self. And I'm really not a McDonald's person. So McDonald's is not the kind of place that I want to be taken on a date, or any fast food restaurant, because as for me, I'm changing my eating habits. I'm eating more healthier now, and taking somebody on a fast food take on a date is not going to cut it. I need the man to do better than that. It's okay, if you guys want to play it safe, go on a coffee date, that's fine. But just going to McDonald's is not going to cut it. Men have to do better. I do not care if it's 2020 or 2021 or whatever year is going to be down the road. Men like that are not marriage material if they can't get their shit together, because that tells me that they can't buy me a house, they can't pay the bills, they're going to rely on me to do things for them, and I'm not that type of woman. So I'll rest my mic on that one.
But I want to
Can I
say
I
ask a
had
this.
something
question?
to add. Uh, I'm sorry. Who was talking?
Nah,
Okay,
I
Go
was
ahead,
Queen
first
It was
sister.
Jennifer,
Let
me.
let her
sir.
go first. Let her go.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I did have something to add to what you were saying about yeah, like I'm pescatarian. I've been pescatarian for over a month, and I really don't eat fast food anyway. Which is why I said in the beginning that I would just flag that idea down and just have a picnic or something. But that's like if I don't have like virtually any history with this person, like I would have to be in a public place in broad daylight with them, if he really was sweating me like that. But um, as far as like yeah, like a lot of black men, I guess they do kind of try us in that way. I mean, I'll be honest, my dad, I can't stand when he says it, but he's like, yeah, your mom's a cheap date. We just went to McDonald's, Chicken Express, or something like that, and I'm like, really? So yeah, and so my dad like thinks like that way too, But I mean, they're a married couple. I can't really say too much about that. They've been married for over 15 years. So if it works for them, it works for them, and that's what I was gonna say. It's only individual. It's on the couple's basis, basically. It's it's really what the two people have going on, and how they feel about that situation. Um, but I guess because like Omega said, don't speak in generalization. So I'm gonna say, yeah, that specific experience, as far as the first date goes, should be tailored to the two people's interests and what they both want. They can both come to an agreement on and stuff like that. Some people don't mind going on cheap dates because they know that they'll give more expensive gifts throughout the year. It's a give and take kind of thing. Some people like decide to eat in a frugal way and just spend more money on certain things like cars or just getting things done within the house or just like imagine imagine all the money a couple could save if they did decide to go on picnics or eat healthier options, which salad is cheap. Going to a place like Zoe's Kitchen, it's decent price or whatever. I love Zoe's Kitchen, or Zoe's Kitchen. I think it's Zoe's Kitchen, but it's a Mediterranean restaurant and they have kebabs and stuff. But I don't know if anyone's heard of it. But yeah, like eating more in a more frugal way as far as like the money goes. That frees up your bank account for other things, more important things, because food is just fuel. I mean, yeah, you want to enjoy your food, but at the end of the day, other things, you can be enjoying other things in a more lavish way than what you eat.
Agree. I definitely like to cook. Sir had a question. I prefer cooking, but I don't usually particularly cook for a man on the first date. I did have to make that staunch rule after my engagement ended years ago. But yeah, I made that a standard, but I made that a standard, but it hasn't been a date, but I've definitely cooked for men since the last man that I dated. But I wouldn't do a first date with someone that I'm dating right now as inviting him over for me cooking.
I think we're missing the
you were
nuances
going to say
though.
something? Oh, what were you saying, Bo?
I just think that we kind of like getting caught up in these different directions, but really like missing the nuances of the actual essence of the conversation. Because I mean, everybody can have it. Because I'm listening to like Sir P's experiences with women and what he talking about, which I would say I can't necessarily identify with it. I'm pretty sure you can't identify with it as a woman, and I can't identify with what you're talking about as a woman. So I mean, we need to like bring it together where we can pack it in a way where we explore the nuances of it, to like move the conversation forward and like really understand it. Because I think
that's a good idea.
In some regards, you right, and I know you don't like when I say this, but I believe
you about to be disrespectful. You about to be disrespectful.
Have I ever disrespected you?
Yeah, you're not sweet to me.
So you're because he's not sweet, that means he's disrespectful?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you're not being sweet right now either. Thank you. Be sweet, Bo.
Let me know.
Bo, I'm not even 5'1". I'm almost 5'1". You cannot be mean to a sweet little lady.
Listen, trust me.
Yes, you can.
Listen, if you knew me, you'd know I'm trying my hardest right now.
Okay, be sweet. Be sweet. I'm sweet and I'm little.
Well, I had a question. For you.
I had a question though. Whenever y'all get done with that, I got a question though.
Bo was about to be sweet. Wait a minute, Taylor. Bo's about to be sweet.
Go ahead. Okay. Let her ask the question. It might play into it. I might could knock it all out at one time.
So she gonna take that pepper off of you, so you're gonna be even calmer when you give it to me. Thank you.
And then Sir wanted to ask something too.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, it's kind of it's not has anything to do with this, but it was a question about your profile pic. Is that Damon Wayans? I'm sorry.
Yes.
This whole time I thought that.
Yes.
This whole time I thought that was.
Color. Yeah.
I'm sorry. This whole time I thought that was you.
Messy.
On my keyboard. Stop, y'all.
This whole time I thought that was your actual picture, and And I look close, I'm like, that's Damon Wayans. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Nah,
Both
for when I be brain wrestling with those hotels. But anyway,
Yeah,
the
sir
thing
wanted to say
is,
something too, though. Sir
yeah,
had a
I'm
question.
gonna get out your way right now. See, the thing is, though, I honestly and vehemently believe from the bottom of my heart that Courtney is just disconnected with the actual dating scene of 2020 as it relates to our
It's
peer group.
2021. So who's disconnected,
2020,
Bo? It's
2021.
2021. Who's disconnected? I've
As
already said that. I told you I'm
this
disconnected, bro.
and this what I'm saying. Like, I just think that people approaching the scene in different ways, where it takes a more nuanced conversation to really understand, like, how to go forward in the dating scene. Like, it's not as black and white as if a dude don't make a plan out date with me, then he don't like me. This ain't that and that. Because now at this age, the average dude up in his 30s doing his own thing. The average dude, he may like you, he may be cool with you, but it's like, man, you figure it out. Tell me where to go, and I'm gonna meet you there. We gonna make it happen. You know what I
I'm
mean?
not
But if you
interested in a cool relationship, brother. I ain't interested in a cool
but if
relationship.
you actually
Let me tell you,
waiting for a dude to
scam
pre-plan
on.
and plot out a date and all this
I'm
stuff,
gonna put the
then he
scam
might
on.
just not never happen then. And he might be a
He,
good dude.
it
He
will
might like you.
happen,
He
and
might.
it does. It may take time, but it does. But the thing of it is, like I said, I'm not looking for a cool relationship. I want that thing hot. I want him on fire for me. And you on fire for me, you gonna treat it different. You gonna treat it different.
I'm sorry.
That's the way I roll, baby.
Hey, sir.
That's the
Hey,
way I
sir. Let me
roll.
get in real quick. I'm sorry, sir, but you mean to tell me that an older dude don't know what he want, dude? Like, okay, I'm 38.
You want
I've
me, you
been
want me to
married.
answer that?
Hey, I've been married for 14 years. I'm 38. Even if I was single right
So
now,
you out the
I ain't.
game. So you out the game.
But
So you
you
don't
know,
know what's
just
going on out here.
all right. Come on now.
That's the reality. We talking about what's going on out here
Come
right now.
on
You
now.
out the
Come on
game. You've
now.
been out the game for 14 years.
Come on now. I've been
Okay,
out
I'm
the
in the
game for.
game. I'm 36. Can I ask my question though?
Go ahead. I'll talk after this. Go ahead.
All right. So my question is this. So everybody has these standards and they want all these things, but do we ever look at ourselves and say, well, what we want is too much? Do we ever think that what we want is too much, or we're not worthy of
No,
what we
I'm about to mute you, sir.
want? Can
Sir. So
can I ask my question?
you say you
No,
don't want the
sir.
best for
Sir,
yourself? That's what you
I'm about
saying?
to
You don't want the
thank
best
you,
for
Steve.
yourself?
Can I
That's
say
not
something?
that's not what I'm
I'm about to
saying. If
mute
you let me
That's what
get
you
my
just
question
said.
out,
Can I
then
say
you
something?
understand what
Go
I'm
ahead.
Nah,
saying. Y'all all
I,
talking
I
over
get what he's
me.
saying.
Like, what kind of crap is that?
I
Here's
get
the
what Sir's
thing.
saying.
I'm saying that
Here's the
okay,
thing.
look, let me cut it. Let me cut it then. Let me take the gloves off since y'all wanna sit
Take
here
them
and talk
gloves
over
off.
me. Let me let me
Take
let
them
me take the
gloves off.
gloves off.
Hey,
Take them
Okay,
Michael
gloves
so
off,
Jackson.
dear.
all right, so everybody wants somebody in shape, but they fat. Everybody wants somebody with money, but they broke. Everybody wants somebody nice, but they rude. You gotta clean yourself up and be what you expect. If I want you
Again, I
to,
am
if I
speaking
want you to
specifically.
think and plan out all these things for a date,
Somebody
then
got some
I need to
background
be
noise. Hold
interesting.
on, sir. Sir. Somebody got some
Somebody
background noise.
chopping. Somebody
We can't hear
chopping
nothing.
at a forest. Who's chopping down a tree?
They on mute. Go ahead now. They on mute.
Thank you.
Well, I'm saying that like we gotta keep it real. Like I wanted somebody in who was loving and caring and all of that. So I had to work on me. I'm one of the nicest. I'm kind of blunt at times, but I'm one of the most nicest. I'll take the shirt off my back and give it to you if it's necessary.
Well,
Like
I
I've
give it how
literally
I want
done
it
that.
too. I give it how I
I've
want it because I'm very vocal and I'm really very explicit with my communications. I'm reciprocity is very important to me. And so trust me, like I said, if I want it hot from you, trust me, I'm coming in fire. I'm coming in burning because and not in a bad way. Because because that's the way I
Usher
want it.
Rika
burning.
Martin. You got
The
Rika
only
Martin in
thing
here. The
the only
Usher.
penicillin in here.
thing The only thing that I can't give that I want is, I'm only 5'1", but come on, you gotta
You see, the
understand
thing
that
is, that might have
I'm
worked.
ready
That
for
might
the six
that
to
might have worked
win.
when you was Taylor age, back when you was 23. But now that you
Mm-mm.
up in age, maybe you might
You
need to
keep
just slow
saying that,
down and
but
cool out.
brother, you keep
Maybe you
saying
might
that,
just need to
brother.
relax a little bit. Maybe you
No,
can't
I
make all
don't.
these
I want a man that
expectations and
doesn't
have
want.
all these
I want a
demands.
man. I want a man that needs a woman that ain't gonna relax. Some
Maybe
men,
you
it
need
may
to
not be
simmer
you.
down with your demands and just take it a little slower
No,
and relax. And
no, Bo, that may not
it's
be.
just
So
a
that
suggestion.
may be for you. That may not be for what you want. But my man is going to want that. And guess what? I'm gonna give it to
Okay,
him. I'm gonna
okay,
give it to a marathon. Trust me. He gonna
okay.
want it. And I'm gonna give it. It just may not be you. It's not you, and that's okay. But don't speak for all men saying, well, that
Yeah,
the man
yeah.
don't want that. You don't want that from me. But the man that is gonna come on, sisters, you ain't never seen nobody give it like
No,
give it.
I don't see it happening like that no more.
Nah, that means you don't see it because that's not something for you to see. You understand? Like when people say
I'm
it's
saying I'm
not for
watching
your
people get married around me every day. I don't been married. I'm watching people get married. I'm seeing how these relationships developing and how
Somebody
these
for everybody.
bonds and
I
friendships
I
being
am too.
formed. And I
There
mean, the
I
average
see
person
a
not
lot of
just jumping out the
toxic.
gate like that no more.
Like
I
I
see a
don't
lot of
understand
toxic
where
relationships.
we get these narratives that okay, well, if a man, only reason why a man when he gets older is desirable is if he keeps himself in shape and he start making more money. If he's still
Right.
broke when he old, he's not more desirable. But when any real man, he may want his woman to make money, but his focus is not on, oh well, she's
Well,
making six figures and $1 million.
But who said that? Who
I'm
said
using
that?
my example. If you let me get mine
I
off,
think
No,
dang,
I
you
can't
got
let you
you running with
finish.
your
Because
accent running.
once again, you're
Can I,
going
can
to
I get one more?
generalization.
Can I get one? Can y'all just let me cook one little meal? I'm just trying to cook a side dish, not no entree, just a side dish.
Hey, can you include this in your answer? Because I think you're finna say something that I wanted to touch on, right? But do you think it's a difference in men after they reach a point that got money, that have money established in their life, where it would be easier to get a broke dude with that direct approach because a direct dude is more so looking to lock something in, whereas a dude that's already established, he done been through relationships, like how you 36 done had a. Whereas when you approaching a woman and you coming into the, it's more like, man, just chill out, relax. You know what I'm saying? We good. You get what I'm saying?
no.
Like, like for me, and I'm speaking about myself personally, and the people I know. The people I know, like I know grimy dudes, I know great dudes. I'm just keeping it real. There's grimy dudes, like some of my homeboys was grimy, grimy, grimy. Then they decided to be better. Some of them still grimy, gutter grime, like in the dirt, in the gutter grime, Ninja Turtle grime. But then there's ones that's not. But all the way through, you have to look and see what you want and what type of person you want. Don't settle for a grimy person. But at the same token, you can't box outside of your weight class either. You
True.
can't
Can I?
you can't be sitting here saying, "Oh well, I want the heavyweight championship of the world," but you 120 pounds.
can- Let me.
And I use that
True.
analogy because usually it's the opposite. A person who's out of shape, they're out of shape mentally, physically, emotionally, and mentally and spiritually, but they want somebody who's in shape and top physical condition, top mental condition, top spiritual condition, top emotional condition, top physical condition. You can't ask something from somebody else that you can't and won't give. And if you ain't got it, you can't give it. No matter if you want to. Wow, I would love to give them a six pack. You ain't got no six pack. You got a keg. So,
Straight up.
bruh, sis, you got to sit down and work that keg off and then break it down to a six pack.
Can
That's
I jump
real.
in there? Can I jump in there?
Yeah,
Okay,
go
it's
ahead.
like this. When it come down to it, a man who done made his money and he in his later years, I always say this on a lot of channels. When that man is that high value dude that Kevin Samuel is talking about, He is picking the cream of the crop. He not picking no woman that's a baby mama. If he want to, you gotta look at that guy and ultimately ask yourself, why is he picking a woman that has kids when he makes all this money and he can go pick any other woman? You going and I tell these women this and they get mad at me. He's ultimately buying you to the extent to where you have to do what he say when he say because he has the money. He made you sign that prenup and he will drop you with nothing. So all these women that are looking for high value men, you're looking for the cheat code. He automatically tell these women to go get a man on their level. You make 50,000, you find a man that makes 50,000 or less or a little bit more. You build the money with him and you live happily ever after. They don't want that. So ultimately they come at him, try to get the men that make more money, and they fail miserably every time. Because
But
there's women,
she, mm,
yes. But let me finish now. But there's women who are out of shape. Their weight is a little bit big. And the point of it is, he's telling all these women, lose weight, have a better attitude. These men are looking for you, but you have to be the one that they're looking for. Even with women with kids. I married my wife. My wife got kids. But the whole point of it was she was not like all these other women I dealt with. I did with women with kids and without kids. Every time I will always get this same thing. You make money. This what I want. I've never dealt with no woman till I got my wife. She said, you do you, I do me. Then when it came down to it, we started getting in a relationship. She started talking about what we're going to do. That was the big difference. She did sh Her kids was never a factor to me. She took care of her kids, never asked me for money. All the other women, they wanted money because they seen I had money. They see I had money to do what I wanted to do. Ultimately, they was looking at the money aspect like most of these women do. You have to understand, a man, even if I took my wife on nice dates, I bought my wife nice things when we were dating. You know, there was no cheapness about it. I'm not gonna go to no cheap restaurant because I'm not no cheap dude. Ain't no shit test, none of that. If I do something, I spend $100. I even spend $500 on a date just to see how you react. If you do something real foolish, I'd rather spend 500 now than to spend 100,000 later on in life. I
yeah.
had a girl. I had a girl I was messing with. I got a rental car. I didn't have a car because I always in and out of town. I made good money. I went and got a rental car with this chick. I had to go on a job that was paying me like I think it was like $800 for this one job. So I told her, I said, look, I already gave her $100 for the rental car, and she had it for the whole week because she worked at the place. When it came down to it, she didn't offer to give me no money back or none of that stuff. And then when she had the car for like I think about 2 3 days, she was like, "Oh, you think you wanna do it again? And then maybe this time we split it." I knew she was about the money. That's why I didn't want to deal with her no more. It took me $75, I mean $100 just to let me know that she was about money. And most guys be like, "Oh man, I would have made her give me that money." No, that was money I learned in the future not to deal with women like that. Even with this whole situation of women trying to figure out the right man, that these dating situations, you should expect more for yourself. All this stuff about maybe this guy of a no, you want what you want, he want what he want. If this guy's not on your level, he don't want certain things, don't deal with them because men are not going to deal with you if you're not on their level. If you have a woman that's argumentative, always wants to argue, that's the number one thing I always tell about women. If you can't compromise in a relationship, no man is going to deal with you. You're going to die alone, just like Kevin always say. You know, everything as far as the weight, anything else you can change, but that attitude, you can never change the attitude. You're going to grow old with that stinking attitude. The
Who are
weight,
you
you can lose
talking
the weight.
to when you
No,
say
no,
you?
I'm just saying in
That's why I said,
general
please
with
don't
women.
talk general. Please don't. You're talking
Okay,
to, we have women
I'm
on
just
the panel. We have
Okay, I'm
Taylor,
just
we have myself, we have Diamond Princess. Where have you seen me have a stinking attitude?
no,
Where
no,
have you
no. I'm
seen me
just
say, "Oh, I wanted this man better be coming with millions because I'm gonna be"? Where
okay.
have I ever
I
said it?
forgot. I forgot your rule of in general. I'm sorry. I
Please,
forgot your
because that's
rule of
not
in general.
helping nobody
But
up to me. It doesn't help any. It doesn't help us create real, tangible solutions that we can work on today when we talk generally to
but
people that are specifically right here.
okay, far specifically right here, that's what I'm saying. If a woman has an attitude, a man is not going to deal with a woman with attitude. So the women on the panel, I'm just saying, I don't know if you have an attitude or not, but I'm just saying to go farther with a man, it's not the word. See, women hate the word of being submissive, but just oh, I
They
always use the
don't.
words
You
as
know what? Ask a question. I don't hate it at all. I love being submissive to my man. I crawl to my man. I used to take my ex-husband's shoes off when he came home from work. Love being on my knees for my man. Talk to me about submission, brother.
yeah.
Talk to
And
me.
see that's the great thing. You know, when a
Right.
man
So that's why
starts
I said
talking,
That's not submission of.
that's the danger of being not.
That's not
That's the
submission.
danger of having. What is your definition of submission, Bo?
I'm just saying that's not. That's not every man's definition. Is like sex and stuff like that. Like
I
that.
didn't say
Where
sex. I never said
I'm just
sex.
saying.
I never
I'm
said
just
it.
saying that's not really submission.
But you're saying
You
it, but
know,
I've never said it. So I said, well, what is your definition? I see how I'm talking specifically to you. You're saying every man don't want, but so I said, so I'm bringing it back to you specifically.
and
What is
someone's
your
on the panel,
definition of submission?
they haven't talked yet.
submission is just being in compliance and just sitting back and chilling, relax. You don't have to have an answer for everything. You don't have to all these demands, and you could just go with the flow. Find a boat that you can ride with, and just ride with it. That's my
Personally,
idea of
I think
submission.
personally for me, I think there are many ways to be a submissive woman. It's not just either sexually or whatever, or floating your boat, chilling. The way I submit with my guy is I just soak up all the knowledge that he has to tell me like a sponge. I don't interrupt him. I mean, I might sometimes by accident, but I don't like kind of I take things at face value what he says, and I don't just interject just to be like, well, no, I don't think that's the case, or whatever this is. I don't think this is. You're generalizing. I don't gaslight him. Basically, what I'm saying is I listen to this, even if I am a little like fuzzy on agreement with what he's saying, I'll ask him questions instead of just telling him, no, this is how I feel about that, and this is why you're wrong. I'm more of an inquisitive type of person when I'm in a situation when I don't understand or when I don't agree with something. I'll ask more questions so I can get a general understanding of it instead of just flat out disagreeing before I know, because I'm a stickler for details. I'm very much a stickler for details, so I love asking specific questions to people.
And I believe that's more in line with my definition of what I was trying to articulate, what you just said. I might have not articulated it that well, but that's more so my definition.
Yeah,
Yo,
and
I
I'm
told you she
curious.
fire, bro. I told you she fire on the low. I told you she
I
fire on the
For
low. Like
real.
I tried to tell
Hey,
you.
that was an A+ answer. I can't say
I'm trying to
nothing better
tell
to
you.
that.
I tried to tell you. Y'all be paying attention. Like I be paying attention. I be listening to the little ad libs and everything. The pauses. Man, I'm trying to tell you, she fire on the low. Y'all ain't paying
because
attention.
because I'm gonna tell you, like Courtney, I don't want to say too much, right? But I can tell you're not submissive. Like just by the way you conduct yourself on these panels in some ways, and some of your answers that you had to certain things, and how you respond to them, and how you like it doesn't even seem like it's a part of your. You just seem to have like a combative nature, like you know a little too much, and I mean that's good.
So let me
Like I
tell
heard y'all
you
was
what.
talking about earlier. Hold on, let me just finish this talk. Like I heard like one was having a conversation earlier about women with degrees, and it's not that men women intelligent women, but men don't need women with their own like your accomplishments are your accomplishments, and if those accomplishments coming into the relationship is going to create a combative type situation, whereas though you feel as though you know more, or you're in a position to lead more because I know this and I did that and this and that and that and that, whoop, 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 then that's going to create an environment where no matter how much you get on your knees or whatever you do, you will never be in submission. It won't even matter at the end of the day. It'll get tiring real old. And a man of means would prefer to get a chick out of Popeye's drive and send her through school and make her whatever he be, you know. So
Right. But
I
Bo,
mean,
that again, that's
it's slippery
according to
slope.
you. That's according to you. That's why, you said I
I
come
think
off
that's the
combative.
general consensus
You
around men.
that's the general consensus of Bo.
No, it's not. A man
Thank
likes a
you.
woman that has her own. A man, and the reason why a man likes
You
that
all,
because
you all,
he
you
don't
all want the
have to
men that you talking
depend.
about.
Hold on a second. You see, you interrupting me. I'm trying to talk. So a man likes a woman to be independent, that has her own and has her own mind. He don't like a woman that is brainwashed and he has to tell her everything what to do. He likes it when a woman can, hold her own and have her own thing going for himself. So no, not every man is going to have the same mindset as you. There are men out there that is educated, that does has degrees, and that are married with women that has degrees. So no,
But
not every man is gonna pick a woman through a drive through a Popeyes. That is
that's not what I said.
your
That is what you
That's not what
said.
I said.
yes, it's what you
That's
said.
not what I said.
Listen to your
I
playback.
said your degrees does not make you any more better than that woman in the drive-through.
No. You
It
said
doesn't.
a man would rather. You said
Yes,
a rounded man would
if
rather
she's
go pick up a
combative,
man. Right.
if she's
But Bo,
combative,
I
if
want
she
to ask
combative,
you something.
then you rather.
I want to ask you something.
No, because you framed my question.
Why?
You tried to reframe my
No,
question. I
I didn't
didn't say that
reframe.
a man would love to have an educated woman with
I
degrees
didn't
that he can
reframe the
brag on.
question at all.
But
I didn't
but
reframe the
when it
question at
gets to
all.
the point, where you lead with your degrees, as though it puts you in a different position or it should put you in a different, then a man at that point, that's when a man will be like, you know what? I would rather put this other girl through school where at least she knows coming into the relationship.
And that's an
It's
inferior.
not.
That
It's not
shows
a.
that this man has an inferior mindset.
Inferior complex, yeah.
That
But
Yeah,
that means that this
Bo,
man
Can I
don't have
ask?
to put.
like a
again,
man should
Can
not
I say
be
wait,
something?
can I
inferior
say
about a
something?
woman and what she has.
Can I
Can,
That
say
can I
means he
A
ain't
something,
got
man,
to put
please?
up with your shit.
Can I say something, please? Thank you.
go ahead.
Bo, I am only going to submit to my husband. No one on this panel is. So again, you can say all day, you can tell by my nature what I am, but only my husband gets the honor of taking my mask off and revealing who I am. So
so
until
how are
that
you ever
day,
going to get a husband if you don't show who you really are?
oh, I
Like
will.
how are you
Even
going
if
to
I don't get a husband, it
how
may
are,
not be
how are
for
you going to
you.
can you let me
It may not
Explain
be
that.
for
can you let me ask
you,
a question?
sir.
Can you let me ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how are you ever going to get to the point of having a husband if you only show who you really are once you get married? A
No,
wife
that
is a
is not the
wife
point.
before she's
Listen,
married.
hi, sir. Can I answer you back? Can I answer you?
I'm not
You're
talking,
killing
man.
me. Yeah, I'm going. Thank you. It was a little lag. Excuse me. I'm being judged by people that have never spent, anyone on this panel does not know me personally, has never spent 1 hour with me in prayer, have never spent 1 hour with me working or working out, have never had the relationship with me beyond virtual. So that's how I get, the same way I meet I meet any man. It is by doing things, being in certain atmospheres of, things that interest. Because that's how people come together, right? We come together at speaking events, come together at the bookstore, at Goodwill, doing mission work, feeding the homeless. These are all places where I've met, pretty good men, pretty cool men. I'm just saying that right now, I have definitely not been dating, but that has been by choice because I'm not trying to put myself in a carousel of dating. But I just want to make it very clear. If someone wants to get to know me, then get to know me. But until then, you don't have any right to make any judgments about what you perceive me to be from the internet, to use George Bush's words. But we want to welcome to the panel. Neo, you have been so quiet. I am so sorry. You've been there for a while. No, thank you. You've been there for a while.
I've been I'm sorry, you guys.
Go ahead, Neo. And Mr. Research has also joined the panel. Thank you so much, both of you brothers.
Oh, good. Somebody I can, ping pong this stuff back and forth with. I'm sorry. I have myself on mute, try to be respectful, but honestly, I can't.
I can't hear anything.
I think his mic, something happened to his mic.
I think his mic went out. Mr. Research, CA, please, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Right now, my side hurts from the.
Okay, the brother's going in and out. He has the Transformer Megatron thing going on. I don't know if he can even hear us.
I don't understand.
I think he went out.
How are we getting into this dating conversation from a fractured point of view?
Add something, brother
Yes.
CA, until Neo comes back on the board.
Yeah, he's on the board. Mr. Neo, if you can't hear, you might need to drop out and come back in because you keep going out. Let me just say this, man. I'm not going to jump in this part of the discussion because I kind of know every time I come over here, I know that there's one thing going on. I'm not going to speak on it, but it seems like it's just one thing all the time. And I don't, I've kind of missed what the topic is because we're talking about Omega's life. So I don't know. Maybe you guys got to educate me. I'm going to back up, listen some more. Because I just been hearing about
CA. The next time you in Atlanta, you better let me know because I'm gonna have to punch you right in your kneecaps for that one. Come on now. Come on.
I mean, I think
it's some truth to that.
I don't know what the topic is at this point. I mean, it's like shut up, Omega. Be quiet every time men are in the room. Don't you dare show your intelligence. How dare you? I just don't know. I mean, I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, you confused me just now.
Brother CA, I tell you, I was confused as well because, I honestly started off. So just to let you know, we were supposed to be talking out. We started off with the guest. So the guest was someone that was featured. Her comment was featured on Shoemake Way's video. You saw that video, right? I think I sent it to you. You saw that video, right? The one where he was talking about Black women. Yeah. So she was featured on that in that video, and she was a guest on the show, and she was talking about, and the reason why she was featured because her comment went viral in response to it, because she was saying basically on the same day that she met her non-Black husband, a Black man did approach her, but the Black man never followed up with a call. He never followed up. And the next day, that Latin guy, he full court pressed it. And when they started dating, she was making more than him. And but they continued dating. They got married. He proposed within 8 months. They got married. They've been married now 14 years. They have 3 children. And he's very well. She's very well kept woman. And so what we were talking about is the reality of the Joe Coolness. And you and I talked about that the last time you were on the panel, where, with being with some Black men, they don't want to, be vulnerable. They don't want to expose yourself. They don't want to, they give these different shit tests to make sure that a female is really interested, that sort of thing. And so that's where we started. So it transitioned because I was basically saying, you know, Bo is also he's familiar with South Florida. And I was saying that when my experience with South Florida men was that, you know, from the men that I dated, that's why I said my experience. As you know, as I always say, and even when I was on your panel, you know, that I guess I always say I can only talk about specifics. So things that, you know, things that I can speak about personally. And I was just saying that my experience with South Florida men was that they were a very Netflix and chill type culture. You know, they wanted to kind of quick date you and, you know, hurry up and push you over into a bedroom situation.
Let me
so
say
that's
this,
how we
Omega.
kind of got here.
Let me say this,
Okay.
Omega. I kind of think that maybe you should not mention you personally when speaking about a topic, because some way, somehow it always turns into you. So maybe you need to talk about your friend Joseph in Florida or your uncle Tommy, because some way, somehow it just turns into you. But nevertheless, I'll just say this. You know, we black men really don't care when these things happen. The black boys care, but most of us black men really don't care when these things happen. You know, shout out to the sister for getting a bronze and a gold anniversary. You know, great. I think sometimes it's women pretending that we care because a few hundred black boys care. Most of us really don't care, man. It's like, you know, happy is happy. The other thing is sometimes a lot of us men are not approaching women the way they used to do back in the day. So if a woman don't approach me, I don't even indulge. You can be drop dead beautiful. I just don't. I've had women approach me through YouTube, and I'll either shuck it off or you know what I'm saying. But I don't even approach women no more. So I don't know the black men thing because we ain't mad like people claim we mad. That's my answer.
Can I say something?
I guess you have the floor.
So earlier everybody was
Yeah, go
asking me
ahead, sir.
what do you mean by give up? What should I give up? Why should I give up? Who said give up? Anytime you gain something, you have to give up something. So if you want a better job, you have to give up things to get that better job. If you want to start your own career, you got to give up stuff to start that career. So if you want a better man, you have to do something and give up something. Sometimes all you have to give up is these nothing men. Maybe it might be that bad mindset you have. Maybe it might be an attitude problem. Maybe it might be the fact that you accept, like I said, the wrong men up front. You have to give up something the same way a man has to give up stuff to get better stuff. A woman has to do the same thing.
Well, I spank my woman, so you know that kind of spices up stuff. You know, I really don't like all these.
One thing,
I really don't like all these pushback problems. My girl said, "You like dominating women?" I said, "Oh yeah." I went to a class for this in San Francisco.
oh my
I'm
God.
sorry. I'm sorry. Back to the show. Back to the serious
Actually, I wanted to
conversation.
say something about relationships. In as far as in the Black community, I think a lot of people, men and women, believe in this whole two halves make a whole type thing. But what's gonna happen if y'all break up? Y'all just be two halves again, right? And you have to start the process all over. People need to come into a relationship already being full to a certain extent anyway. They shouldn't be fractured in their mindset and just the way they view things and the way they view themselves. They should have a general grasp and be more well rounded and with this type of thing, because when two halves come together and they one, that's all you have is one, and for every argument, every just feeling of ill will, every underhanded thing that is done over the course of the relationship, that whole circle or whatever will just crack all the way down the middle until it breaks, and then you got two halves again. I think a lot of people just rinse and recycle each other because they're not whole. They're not people that have taken the time to work on themselves, and that's a problem. They have not taken the time to really speak life to their soul and to what and basically to find true authenticity within themselves. Somebody who really doesn't know what themselves or where they're going in life, kind of just meandering, is going to attract the same type of person, really. And then you just got a whole mediocre relationship, to be honest. I rest my mic.
Was that African millennial that was just speaking?
No, that I'm Taylor the Natural.
Oh, Taylor the Natural. I commend you on that one because I agree with that. Say her name again. Let's give her a round of applause because she just put it in a nutshell.
She fired.
All the grown men.
Fire, man! I told you. I told you.
Look, if I can, I don't have much time. I try to make it as brief as I can. Thank you for having me on here again. It's always a pleasure being with you guys. But she spoke on some really good things right here, and I just want to add to it by saying, look, if you don't get yourself out of the same lake where you're fishing, you're not gonna get different fish. Or let me reword that because that's a little weird. You keep fishing with the same bait, expecting different fish, and driving yourself crazy because you want something different. Right? Again, kind of a weird analogy.
That's a perfect analogy. Keep going. I'm with
you. Right. Let me try to break it down again. These fuck boys that we grown men are being compared to are not the standard. See, what's going on here? We're all playing in the same Olympic sport. We're in the same Olympic Games. However, it's divided up in different things, different categories. Everyone that I've been hearing so far is in the hurdles, where you get a whole bunch of niggas that just come through and speed through, bam, 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 hurdling. Your bar is low. What you need to do is start messing with them dudes that are doing the pole vault.
It's too much work for them.
Oh, it's too much work. Oh, my bad. I'm just maybe the high jump.
Still too much.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I actually, Mr. Research and I actually talked about this on his channel. Yeah, they do feel like it's too much work, to be honest. They don't want to like put in the work, and that's basically gonna weed out a lot of I hate to say riffraff, but that's gonna weed out a lot of people who have lazy personalities, basically. And there's really nothing we can do about that.
It's really not.
They want the
eventually.
They want the dude in the stand yelling peanuts. That's who they want.
Back scratcher, butt scratcher. Oh, I'm sorry, Peter Griffin reference. Okay, so raising a bar. How do we know that bar needs to be raised? Maybe we're playing the wrong sport. I don't know. Whatever our hidden agendas are, that is irrelevant. The argument that I can hear, and I've been listening, just sitting patiently, quiet, listening. I've been hearing everyone arguing the same exact point. From my point of view, it just seems like the women are saying they want this, that, and the other, but the men are saying the exact opposite of what it is that they're expecting. So the women are telling the men what they are doing, but the men are saying, no, we're not doing that. We're doing this over here. Again, I'm dying laughing. I'm in stitches over here laughing at the debate because I can't really take it seriously because no one's getting into the fact that we're broken, looking for broken relationships.
Let me say this. On the plantation,
I didn't want to take it there, but that's where I was going. I'm going to put my mic on mute and go back to listening.
The 13-year-old girl was told that she don't have to pick cotton if she can stay pregnant. This is a documented fact. And what you would find when you read most plantation stories from children of plantation grandparents, you'll find that they were told to go pick a guy, or a guy would be picked for you by massa. So you had the guys in the field spend a lot of time campaigning to this 13-year-old girl. He can be a 25-year-old buck. He can be a 35-year-old buck. See, it was no problem then, because the goal was I don't have to pick as long as I'm pregnant, okay, or I don't have to pick as much. So when you look at other Black women in France, London, they don't have that experience per se. They have the more European experience. Okay, not that that's any better, but that's what they have. So the European Black woman, when you look at her dynamic, she has always had to work hard, yet not be thinking that the best guy is always going to come to her. She's had to work for her best guy situation. Okay. But in America, that's not been the case. Also, to the fact that our great grandfathers, me, sir, and any other man on the panel, our grandfathers knew that women our Black women were not getting a fair shake. So our grandfathers told me and sir, hey, look, I got to put you third because I got to take care of the women. You can get a job. Women can't really get a job. I got to take care of them first. So we grew up in a culture of the women come first. There's no other experience like that on the planet except for America. Let me say it again. You can't find any other area on the planet where women come before men. It don't happen in France. It don't happen in Russia. It don't even happen in England. It only happens here in Black America. It don't even happen to the white people in America. Okay? So we're in this little tunnel where we operate under one group rules. And that was cool until the right to vote. I'm not hating Black women for this, but I'm just pointing this out. When women start making money after the crack epidemic and they went into the 90s becoming managers and stuff, a little thing happened. For the first time, they were able to say, I actually don't need help. To hell with you. Whoa, why all that energy? Well, because I'm a woman. Whoa, wait, we didn't do you like that. I wasn't saying because I'm a man, you shouldn't be working. Granddad told us, I'm not getting where all this energy is coming from. So now she can make money like a guy. But here's the trick, and I'm going to shut up after this. They're not picking the way leaders pick. They're not picking the way the men picked. What they're trying to do is do two things at the same time. They're trying to be delicate victim and leader at the same time. You got to pick one lane. You got women in India who make way more money. I'm a fan of the woman who's in charge of Pepsi. She always comes home to cook for her husband, and she's a half a billionaire.
Facts.
Margaret Thatcher was famous for telling people, don't do that for my husband. I'm his wife. I'll do that. That's a woman's place.
Von Weaver killed for her man.
I'm not
she
saying
owns Turkey Hill liquor. Keep going.
I'm not saying women should adopt none of this. I'm just saying Black women are in a paradigm that they've self-created that nobody else on the planet is operating on. Being victim, matter of fact, Black women, let's be honest. If you leave out of America, let's just take Black men out of it. If you leave out of America, you cannot take none of your opinions with you. Because the Black Russians ain't going to give you no love like that. They're going to correct your mouth. They're going to correct your ways. This is why Black European women are so docile, because they understand, wait, when I get under somebody's protection, white or Black, I'm good. Because without protection, they are trying to victimize me every way since Sunday. So that's the problem I think that we have. And it's like our women don't even realize that they're coddled. And that's Black men's fault. I tell dudes all the time, stop being mad at women and just leave them unprotected to the point where they realize, wait a minute, I need to start appreciating a stranger's protection. I need to start appreciating this Black guy who's willing to risk his job for me, because it's not there anymore. Women truly believe that if Black men were to all leave tomorrow, that the white man will still treat them with respect.
I have something to say about that, because if you look at Black women right now, we're not protected no way. Black men are not protecting Black women on a large scale.
I have a very good reason why for that, and go ahead and continue, but I want to definitely tell you exactly why.
And it's not having to do with our attitudes or anything like that. It is because they choose not. It's because they choose not to. Okay, and as Black women, if we feel that we're not protected in our own community, we're gonna to go somewhere and feel that where we're gonna be celebrated, and that we feel that we're gonna be protected. Because if Black men, would stop, you know, with this, this mindset of, leaving the community and, and bashing Black women. And, and as a people, we should be coming as a whole, trying to come as agreement and try to come together instead of just, splitting apart. Because, we're on two opposite ends as a people, and we need to come on one accord that, we have to come to some type of agreement. Okay, what we're doing, is not helping us in our situation, is not getting us out of the situation that we want to get out of. So what can we do for us to, to come to an agreement? That's,
I know exactly what we can do.
Gentlemen, before y'all do that, let me just say this, because I think it's really important. She has a point, but she's talking percentages. White men are afraid of Black male physicality when it comes to Black women right now. So she is protected, but she is saying to the level that they believe protection should be. So here's the disingenuous thing. You are protected, but you believe that it should be to your discretion. I have no problem with that, but we can't have it both ways. You are protected, because if not, Arabs would be taking you over right now. White people would be taking you over, but they're scared of what the Black men will do screwing with y'all. But y'all don't appreciate that. I'm sorry to interject, gentlemen. I'll be quiet, I promise.
All right, I definitely want to add to that, because we're missing something here. Her perspective is right. However, there's a missing element there. The missing element is that Black men as a whole has always been removed from that leadership, head of household position from the past in the slave quarters, where Massa was head of household, till now, where you can't receive child support with a Black man in the home. They don't. It's ingrained in the society that we live in Black America, where the Black man is pushed to the side out of that leadership position. Physically, touch a Black woman and see if you don't get checked. That's my standpoint. However, the standard is still white man still is white power. We don't look at it that way because we want to gloss over it and paint it with a different paintbrush and make it look pretty and all that other madness, and ignore the fact that we're still dealing with that same trauma with no change. Change is the year we're living in. Yes, it's 2021. However, we're still living with the same stereotypes. The stereotypes have not changed one iota, not one bit. So when we're looking at Black men not being those protectors, we're the type of protectors we've always been.
Can I
I've
ask
seen
a
it
question?
everywhere. Oh, but yep, go ahead. Let me go. You're on
Can
mute.
I ask a question to the women on the panel?
Sure.
As a Black woman, if I constantly berate you, tell you that you're horrible, call you all types of whores, say that all you do is want to sleep with me and beat me and get what you can out of me and throw me away. And I tell that to you personally, and then I tell everybody that you know, and I tell anybody who will listen to me. That's all I have to say about you. But then I tell you that I want a Black woman, but there are no good Black women. Would you take me seriously, and would you want to protect me when somebody says something wrong to me?
I'll go first. Well, at the stage I am in my life now, I have enough strength of mind to walk away from that situation and to really not pay like if you were saying this to me personally, not really pay you much attention. And also, once I walk away from the situation with you doing all this gaslighting, but claiming that you want a Black woman, I would have to go and then do all the repair work, um, making sure the people that you told this lie to about me don't actually believe it. So that's basically so did you ask that question to prove like a bigger point?
I mean, you can't get nothing past you. Like I told you, like you cooking with hot fish grease. I don't know. Like I don't eat fish, but you know,
Get
I'm
him.
I mean, I want the other, before I go in, I want the other two sisters to say something. But I mean, you just gotta like you just doing too much. Like you stealing my ad libs. Like you stealing my ad lib. Like I was trying to rock it, and you stole the mic and had a better verse. I mean, stop Andre 3000 me. Stop Andre 3000 me. All right, okay. Sister Courtney, can you say your part? I think she's kind of Borgian.
Yeah,
Sister,
I can't hear her
can
at
you do
all.
yours?
Diamond Princess, you think you have something to add? I mean, can you answer the question?
First of all, I would look at you and think that you were crazy, and I would probably totally ignore you because I don't live in dysfunction. I really don't care for people who live in dysfunction. So basically, if a man feels that he wants a Black woman, but yet he's saying all these things, that is negative to a Black woman, he at this point, I wouldn't, even take this guy serious because he really doesn't want a Black woman as a mate. He just, wants to tear her down and just, make it seem like she's crazy. So I wouldn't even, entertain, thoughts like that. That's all I have to say.
Sister Courtney, are you back? Okay. So with that being said, if that's the case, then why do you expect black men to do the opposite when black women are tearing black men down? When black women, even on this panel and in this chat, have consistently all tonight tore black men down. Black men ain't this, they ain't that. They ain't this, they ain't that. They ain't this and they ain't that. But we not protected by black men. Of course, if you beat that dog that's in the cage, how can you expect that to be a guard dog? And that's a dog. Don't you expect your man to be better than a dog? You can't.
I
But
agree.
if our men, if our
Can I say
men,
something?
if our men are sitting there saying that they, want to be better than the dog, why are they biting at their women? Because you can't say that you can't say that
Stop beating me and
black
I'm about to slapping at you.
black you can't hold on a second. You cannot talk down on black women without black women coming back at you. So if a man is sitting there, he's talking all that ish at me, I'm gonna talk, talk about him and how no good he is. So basically, you get what you dish out.
And
I
that
think
goes both
personally,
ways, sister.
Can I say something right quick? I'm gonna make a quick
yeah,
point and then
okay.
I'm gonna acquiesce. I think right because I've been thinking about this. And I try my hardest right to kind of like talk in a way that peace. I don't really cause no law, no certain people, but at the root cause, right? Not taking responsibility. I just don't think that in the black community specifically, I don't think black women truly understands how to deal with black men. I think it comes from how we were raised in our community and the expectations that's implanted in black women as it relates to how to deal with black men. Because there's like a saying, right, where like Courtney said earlier, she conduct herself a certain way with her husband, right? But see, the thing is, your character and behavior transfers over to your husband. So in some ways, the black woman is taught that you don't have to do this and you don't have to do this and do that unless that's your man, that's your husband, right? But see, when you go to dealing with other cultures of women, and I hate to y'all like talking about white women, right? I like talking about them Latinas. I don't know nothing about white women. There is a culture. If you have ever hung around Latina women, Latina culture, there's a culture amongst the women with how they conduct themselves around the men that even though they be somewhat bipolar, how they'll switch out. But it's like you just get that benefit of the doubt when you just come in contact with them, just how they react to certain situations around men, how they conduct themselves around men, how they train as a child just to understand that relationship with a man. Like how that woman said that if you say something about me, I'm gonna say something about you. Like these battles don't really take place in like Latin culture like that. It's it's sad to say, man, but it's like I don't think we was raised with the capability to really deal with each other, and it shows itself as we get older in age. Like if you get an older woman that's stuck in her ways, and an older man that's stuck in his ways, if they didn't come up together and have a relationship from college and came up together, they're gonna butt heads. And in some situations, we normalize those relationships in our community, like the old aggravating auntie and the uncle that just be sitting there taking it. And it's like, it's sad, but I don't think it's 2020. The average man is really like taking that how our uncles and our fathers really dealt with a lot of that stuff.
I'd like to. Okay, so I have a question for the whole panel. Do y'all know what the telephone game is?
Wait a minute, Taylor. Before we go and move the conversation, we had two new people that came to the panel, and so I wanted
Oh,
to give
okay.
them an opportunity to speak. Sir Anthony, welcome, and God fearing. This is your first time on the panel, so welcome, welcome. And in regards to Sir Senior, your question, I honestly understand where you're coming from, but I did have an issue with you said that people on the panel were putting black men down. Brother, I don't go for that. So I don't who was putting black men down on the panel? Can you
Who
hear
said that?
Sir
Who said
I'm
Senior?
that?
I'm I'm, I'm posting comments because they said that in the comments too. So I'm reposting stuff that was said.
Okay,
I'm
but
gonna,
you said on
I'm
the
repost.
panel.
I'm saying
So
no. I'm gonna repost everything that was said. Y'all can keep the conversation going, and I can quote what people say. Like that's who I am. You know that's how I work, Courtney. Like so, I'm a receipt keeper. I'm an accountant.
no. I'm
I make
asking
it.
me too. Me too. Journalist. Me too. I am. I keep them and I
So
worked for years without
so
a
what
recorder.
do you don't think that is putting a man down when you say all men
I never
are
I never said all men. I don't know anyone on the
listen,
panel that did.
listen to my full question, and then you can answer. So when you or any other female on the panel say all men do not protect women, us black men, because there's black men on this panel.
But I'm asking you what
I'm saying
women
if you let
on this
you
panel,
want it's your show. I'm gonna let you talk.
what women, thank you, what women on this panel said all black men were not protecting? Because my father is a black man, and so I know I didn't say all black men weren't protecting. I know my dad has protected me on a number of
Sister
occasions.
Omega.
You
That's
know,
that submissive spirit.
I just want to have clarity. I just want to have clarity. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, Brother Bo. And if we're going to be facetious, Brother Bo, I want to ask you this. If I'm so combative, why do you think I keep bringing you back on the panel? If I really
Maybe,
wanted to be just
maybe you like
whatever
it.
you want to make me out to be, wouldn't I just leave you behind backstage? No, I don't. And to prove
Maybe you
that,
like it.
please don't come back on the panel because I really don't. I don't. Please don't come back on the panel. Thank you. Have a good night. Sir Senior, what were you saying?
You were talking, ma'am. I said I was gonna let you talk. I was letting you
Oh,
talk.
I was just asking. I asked what women were saying that all black men.
Let me be direct. When you
Courtney,
say
can I
black,
say something real quick?
go ahead.
He was going to
Can I say
respond.
something?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He was responding. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
When you say black men and you don't specify the same way you say that, you'll say, well, don't say black women unless you're talking about certain black women and you specify which ones. When earlier, even when Bo was saying a bunch of stuff, he kept saying you. And you pointed out to him that who are you saying you to? Because you're talking to a group of people and there's women on this panel and you're saying you and you're referring to women. Which one of us women are you talking to? It's the
Mm-hmm.
same narrative. When you say
Right, but
men,
that's why I
black
said the
men,
way you.
and there's men on this panel, and there's men who's going to listen to this in the playback and in the chat. And if you're listening to the playback, you can definitely like it and leave a comment. Thank you. But
Thank you. Thank you for that.
but the thing is, when you say black men don't protect us. Black men don't protect women. Black men try to pump and dump. Black men, when you go into those types of narratives, when you say black men, when you
But
don't say
once
some
again,
black men,
sir,
you're talking about
specifically,
us.
you haven't named anybody.
Specifically,
Specifically, who on this panel said that?
obviously it wasn't the cook. It won't the as she called herself the
No,
nerdy
I
cook.
asked you. Yeah, that's
It
Taylor,
was
but I said
that
name who it was specifically, please.
Diamond
we can.
Princess, who was just about to cut me off.
Okay, so then thank you. So recognize that. Recognize that.
And
That's what I asked for because
and
that's the way
everyone,
we
almost
address.
every other female in the chat, I was starting to copy and paste it. Almost every other female in the chat also said some of the same derogatory comments. But at any time, you never hear me say that women just do stuff by themselves. There's some horrible men and there's some horrible women, but we need to make sure that we're not one of them and we stop accepting them. That's my focus. That's what I want us to be on because we're supposed to be glowing up and growing up. We're supposed to be in this panel to help each other build and be better and get what we want out of life. So we can't keep focusing on all the bad people who hurt us or hurt somebody that we know. We got to see what we can do to do better for ourselves and each other. And that's what I keep saying. That's what my focus is. And that's pretty much that's it. So you can't bash men and then say you want a man. That was the whole purpose of my little scenario I just said. You can't say women are horrible and then turn around and say, okay, you want a woman. At least say some women are horrible and some men are bad.
Right.
But I'm trying to find the good ones.
But you have. Oh, go ahead, Diamond Princess, because I noticed
Okay.
it was responding to you. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Go ahead.
Okay, so just to set up an example, there was this one woman walking in my neighborhood, and she was being harassed by Trump supporters, and she so all she was doing was trying to get to her apartment, and all of a sudden, one of the Trump supporters grabbed her, and they started beating on her. And one of the people that was in the crowd just stood by watching was a black man. And he did not do anything to get this woman out to protect her or anything. It took a white man to actually get through the crowd and pull her out because they was about to kill her. So just to say that, black men, protect, not all black men protect black women. Okay, that was just a prime example right there. And there was a white man that was a standby, and he just came and he rescued that woman from being killed. So there are other races of men that will step in and protect a woman regardless of her race. So that's what I mean. So that's what I mean that by not all black men protect black women.
Okay, and so
a horrible example.
And so there was a Latin community way back in 2 months ago, and nobody was protecting the Negrita, who's Latin. Black man stopped his car, got out, helped the sister. Oh, I'm sorry, Negrita. But nobody in the Latin community said, see, you Latin men. Here's another example. There was a Jewish person. Jewish person wasn't being helped by the Jewish community. Somebody that's Christian came out and helped. It seems like this 1%, 8% of people have so much sway in the Black community that we have to bring out those examples as if this does not happen in other groups, because they must have went to college when they say this. For a person to go out and take these 8 examples out of millions of people and stretch that out into the entire nation, it is you know what, you guys are right. Black men are terrible, and I say to you, black men, stop getting mad. Just walk past it, because evidently these people want chaos and war. They're willing to use these small percentages of examples. I thank these people for hating us so much. Let's join them and just separate, so we can give them what they truly want, the white man.
Okay, so to add to what Mr. Research was saying, personally, I don't know why we give the Pookie and Ray Rays and the Keishas and all the people that are so dysfunctional. Everybody on this panel, I have a ton of respect for, and I don't understand why we or anyone else in Black YouTube that actually has the strength of mind and the chutzpah to get up on a platform and preach about this type of stuff. But why do we give so much power to people who are on a path to destruction, self-destruction anyway? Why do we give power to the people that do things like that, like the dumpster thing and all that? We bring attention to it, and that's what gives it a huge like power thing, because that I mean, I'm not saying like it's a minor, it's minuscule or whatever. It happened. It's over. I mean, we don't know what the update is on that, but to rehash over stuff like that, I think that happened last year or 2 years ago. But um, to rehash over these incidents instead of just separating ourselves. I'm when I hear the word divestment, I don't think of divesting from the Black community. I think of divesting from all the dysfunctional people in the Black community, um, from Pookie and Ray Ray and Keisha and all those people that sit up here and are just literally a carnage, leaving a whole carnage trail wherever they go. All you have to do is step out of the way. All you have to do is connect and link up with people who are like minded, like what we're doing right now on this panel, and just facilitate a better mindset. Just instill in the people who actually want to learn, who are actually capable of learning at this point, because we're all 20 and over, I'm sure. So we need to go ahead and do that. We need to stop rehashing over who did this to what person, because because it'll be a perpetual blame game. Basically, it's like we've been playing a generational kind of telephone game for decades, where oh, Black men started divesting first, or Black women started doing this, and like basically the first person on the beginning of the telephone game whispers a secret, and then the secret just gets passed down, and then the person on the other end shouts out the secret, and it's so skewed. Having gone through 20 people, the first person is like, I didn't even say that, and everybody's looking at the first person, looking all the way back, trying to figure out where it got skewed, where the dysfunction started, where the things got lost in translation, when really the people that skewed okay, so really the people that participated in this game just need to understand that moving forward, it's not in anyone's best interest to interact with people who are dishonest in that sense. I played the telephone game in middle school, and I've been on the end, and they said something that was off the wall that I never said, and that's basically what this whole thing is. That's basically what this entire from the decades since the ending of slavery, all the things that have happened. There's always people are always trying to look back and search, and yes, people are very factual with their information about what Black men contributed to the dysfunction of the community and what Black women contributed to the dysfunction. But I'm saying, moving forward, now that we know the history, our next step is to not repeat it. Okay.
Greetings, Sister Courtney. I'm starting to like this system more and more.
I tried to tell you. Y'all ain't listening. She fired now. I tried to tell you. She fired though.
Hello.
Thank you.
Be careful.
I agree with this.
Don't do that too loud, because the women will come out, seek her out, and start attacking her and saying she male identified. So,
well, I'm gonna protect her.
What is that?
It ain't no way they go shoot any negative shots at her. I mean, and she said she don't like women, so they shouldn't be shooting no type of shots at her. So just that simple.
Hello.
Hey. I actually enjoy talking in these spaces. I have a filler word is like I say a lot, and so I enjoy practicing my speech because I've been told by my professional strategies a business teacher that I have a very good speaking voice, but the filler word is where I kind of fall short. So I love getting my practice in, and I love listening to you guys. So I'll mute my mic.
Autodidactic griot. A little compound word there. We could probably start giving that title away because obviously we got some griots in the building delivering stories and sharing wisdom. But my last thing before I turn in for tonight is that, again, I'm going to keep repeating it. I'm going to be a broken record. Including myself, we have not come to a point where we can say we are healed enough to understand the plight of this gender war that we seem to find ourselves in. This gender war is not of our creation. Therefore, our disagreements about the dating life is not of our creation either. We kind of got thrown into this barrel, and now we've got to deal with the stigma of being crabs, pulling each other down over what's the proper way to approach each other in the dating community. The only reason why I can pull myself out of this is because I married my best friend, and I'm going to gloat about it. Honestly, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm a gloat about the fact that I'm privileged enough to meet somebody that is not only my lover, but my best friend. Okay? What were some of the things that we used to do as far as dates? Can a concert be a date? Yes, it can be a date. However, being a first date would probably be a bad idea. A first date is that time where you want to actually have all of your attention placed on each other. Like my brother said, an icebreaker, which is cool as an icebreaker and whatnot, but women want more than that because they're expecting more and they deserve more. However, we still have to get to know each other. We can't get around that. There's levels to this stuff.
Well,
look, it's. I don't want to be so logical where I start, disparaging the black women, because black women speak a whole nother language than black men for starters.
wow.
Black women have a higher vocabulary on average, whether or not she's educated or not. So black men, in order to communicate with them, you're going to need to add some more filler words to your vocabulary just to communicate. Let's start with that. Then we can go into, whether or not we even qualify to date. But I still think there's a lot of opportunity for self-reflection when dealing with these obvious hurdles in our communities. And I'm not talking about the black community. I'm talking about the dating community, just the dating community. Let's just stick to the gist of the argument here. We can't get along because we are too opinionated with ourselves to agree with someone else's point of view. We got to remember, these are just feelings. Your opinion is your feeling by definition. An opinion is nothing more than a dignified feeling. That's just so we haven't necessarily said anything in this whole argument that is actually fact. It is all contextual. It is all opinion. And opinions are objective,
Agreed.
right? But we are objectified people. That's where you get our stereotypes from. This is how you're objectified because we're placed in this bubble, right? Small example, fried chicken and watermelon is a stereotype, and it keeps getting thrown at us like this is just something that we're into. However,
I hate watermelon.
Hello.
that's what I'm talking about. There are people who hate it. Me personally, I actually do love it. And now, guilty. All right, guilty. Fuck it. I'm just saying. The stereotypes. If you allow the stereotypes to be used against you, then yes, we're going to continue fighting and arguing about our opinions on what it is that we're trying to do with each other, including dating. All right. I mean, again, I'm kind of going on a rant here. I'm gonna reel it in and try to bring it to a close because I feel some sort of way about this. The only reason why I have so many opinions is because I done fucked up so many times in the dating community that I can tell you, like, hey, there's a bar here. Maybe you should duck, or maybe you should jump higher so you don't get hit with that shit, right? Not because I'm perfect, but because I fucked up. So when I hear all of these arguments and debates going back and forth, I hear myself, and it's hilarious. Like, I can't believe I was having this same argument before. Like, bruh, it's so simple to this complicated issue that we obviously need to continue having these discussions with, or for. All right. I'm just
I like
saying.
what you
Like,
say, Brother Neo.
all right. I'm gonna leave it at that. Leave it with this last little bit. We're all crabs in a barrel, trying to pull each other down. But what happens when we actually get out of that barrel? Guess what? There's a reason why we're all scrambling trying to get out of it. Once we get out, it's gonna get worse. Once we get out, we need to have an objective, right? But then we haven't even gotten to that part yet because they're still pulling each other down, right? There's another one of those stereotypes. It's a false one. It's not true. We're not crabs in a barrel. But if we continue letting these people paint this picture, paint us as this, we're going to mentally start, like, or subconsciously continue to accept it. Get it out of your subconscious. That's all I'm saying. And I yield the mic.
Thank you, Brother Neo. Greetings to the panel. Can anyone hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. I'm coming in late to the discussion, so I'm having a hard time really finding out where to jump in. But Sister Omega knows that I come over from the manosphere, and I spend a great deal of my time in the manosphere. So theoretically, I would be the bad guy coming here. But in these discussions that we're having, and I'm a married man at that, these discussions that we're having, I'm always looking to find some peace and an olive branch. I don't come here with my sword drawn and ready to do battle. You know, these are opportunities for us to get to know one another better. And I like what I've heard in some of the discourse so far. I don't know what went wrong with Brother Diddley, but no, maybe I'll check it out on the playback. But I would hope that we can find some kind of an accord so that we can get to know one another better and live in peace and harmony. That's the short version. the thought that I had also was that when Brother Sir was talking about, all the other women saying things that were triggering. I'm just going to say that when I first came into the stream, one of the things about the Black women being unprotected is kind of triggering for men that are really about their business and are protecting, because it lumps us all into like a basket. There's no differentiating between us. And sometimes when there's certain things that are said, it can be triggering. And like say, coming over from the manosphere, there's things that are said that you can just pounce on left and right, but we have to try to find language where so we can meet one another halfway at least. I yield the mic.
Can I speak? Was someone going to go next?
Just go ahead and speak. I'll go after you.
Okay. So yeah. Ages and stages. You go from being dependent on your parents to hopefully having a level of independence in your early adulthood to being interdependent, meaning in the institution of marriage or what have you, in with the family. I feel like those first two stages are very important to help facilitate like a healthy level of interdependence when you do get with someone that you're going to be sharing a space with, that you're possibly going to be having kids with. And I think that's what's broken in the Black community. A lot of Black men and women don't know how to rely on each other, or they either think that it's weak to do that, or they don't understand the importance of each other's roles as far as men and women go in general. A lot of men take for granted the role a woman has in his life. They're like, oh, I need more than just good sex and cooking and stuff. Or a lot of them I see on the manosphere will say, oh, I can cook myself. I can do my own laundry. That's not the point. Do you have time to do that all the time? That's the thing. I mean, you must not be very busy if you have time I should say you must not be on your stuff if you have time to do every chore in the house. You know what I mean? And so it's like I feel like there are certain roles men and women have that we just gloss over. We're like, oh, anybody could get a job, or anybody could do this, or anything, that kind of thing. It's like what is the whining and the complaining and I hate to say being and moaning, but what is that all about? We need to see a level of cohesion, and we need to see it on a grand scale, because we're kind of the joke of America right now, to be honest. And it's getting more increasingly obvious that people really don't take us seriously, including people who say they would date a Black man or woman. They really are looking at the rest of the race sideways, even if they are messing around with a Black person, um, which is sad. There's the level of respect that other races have for us is not there, because we have no unity, just straight up, and because we don't know how to depend on each other. That's what a community is about. That's what community means. It means to depend on each other for certain things. It doesn't mean like, oh, discriminate and like say, oh, my plight is not is equal to yours, or whatever, that kind of thing, or my responsibilities and my this and that are far more important than yours. That's ego talking, really. And ego never gets you anywhere. Ego has to do with your conflated sense of self-worth, which a lot of Black people struggle with, it having a conflated sense of self-worth, when really they're kind of just batting zero in most areas of life. And it's kind of sad to see, because when Black people do have it together, then there's an imbalance even there, because a lot of Black people do end up going outside of the race or just staying single for extremely long periods of time, because they've lost hope, or they're kind of jaded by their past experiences with people who've played them or tried them or whatever. And we just need to take that string that holds the lamp that's connected to the lamp, and turn the light bulb on. I rest my mic.
Okay, I am going to go. Um, I do agree for what she said, because I was in that same type of mindset where I had like a weak mindset about myself. I had low self-esteem about myself and low self-worth because I didn't see myself as anything. I thought that whatever I can take, I can get. And that was the wrong mind, mindset to have to begin with, because you attract certain energies to you. And this goes to dating and attracting a certain partner. Because when you have low self-esteem and you have low value about yourself, you're going to attract another person that has that same value as you, but they're probably are going to end up being way worse than you because that's how low that they feel. And as a woman in my 30s, I came a long way from my journey from having low self-esteem and to, becoming self-worth, knowing what I want in life. You have to know what you want in life and what you're worthy of. Because when I, come on certain panels and I, especially when I'm around men, I specifically say what I want. And, and when you say something specifically what you want, men, and I'm not saying this is all men tend to think that, our standards are too high. We need to come down, a little bit because, our expectations too high. But that's what I expect from myself. I expect to have a husband that is educated like me, that has a great job like me, and can run a household and a leadership. If a man wants me to get down to his level, there's something going on with inside of him that he needs to fix, or vice versa with a woman. So, for me, to, change my aspects in life, it made a difference in my life. I, gained a lot of self-worth in my life. I started to, lose weight a more because I gained weight during my low self-esteem. And I started doing a weight loss journey because I knew I had to get myself together because I was at an unhealthy weight. So right now, I lost 50 pounds. So that's a big accomplishment for me. So
Congratulations.
thank you. So if you have a goal and you have ambitions, you will go for that. You don't have to settle in life because those settling days, Black people settle too much. We need to change our mindset and try to do better within, the community. Once we do better in the community, the next generation is going to do better with their decision making. And it has to start with everybody on this panel. It has to, for order, for everything else to be in alignment the way we want it. We have to start respecting each other more and start communicating each other more. So right now, it is time for, the community to have a change, and it's all on us. And that's all I have to say.
Can I ask who was just speaking?
That was Diamond Princess.
That was Diamond Princess? Oh,
Well said.
Diamond Princess. Have you found someone in the community that you can stick with?
Yes, that was Diamond Princess. She
I do not discuss my, my dating life on the panel. That's something that I keep personally. I do not, right now I do not discuss my dating life. I'm kind of keeping it low now. I'm just talking about my past experience. But I'm not, I'd rather keep, my current dating life on the hush hush. I'd rather not, talk about who I'm dating right now. So
Major respect. Yeah, that's the same reason why I'm vague about mine.
Uh, well, just
Um.
but
Oh well, actually, I
so
was gonna say. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
when we're talking about the investment, what aspect of the investment are we talking about? I came into the conversation with the assumption, and it might be wrong, that we're talking about like divesting from black men and black women, those things that we hear on different chapters.
Oh.
divestment doesn't mean it's like Taylor said, you're not divesting from the community. You're divesting from people that has, a mindset that you do not want to hang around people that has a mindset, like let's say for instance a ghetto mindset. Okay, it's not divesting from a community. It's not a swirl mentality. That's what I'm saying. It's not a swirl mentality. You're just getting away from people that doesn't have the same mindset as you. So that's what divested means. You're doing better for yourself. You're leveling up. That's what divested means.
So leveling up is in the same race, or leveling up is a different race?
Leveling up is for you. It's not for nobody else but you. You're leveling up for you. That's what leveling up is.
Yeah, but I'm asking, are you saying getting a different race of
Um,
people as better,
well,
or are
actually,
you?
That's not what that means. You can
That's why I'm
still date
asking.
you can still date within your race, and you can have a level up mindset. It's just that when you have a level up mindset, yes, people will date, other races. It's an option. It's not saying that black women hate black men. We're just furthering our options to see what's out there. You know, there are black women that still date black men, but leveling up is mainly for you. You're leveling
Um,
up from your mentality. You're leveling up, because you want to do better for yourself. It's not for nobody else but you.
excuse me. I,
Right.
I do have one. I do have one question.
Okay. Because I
Uh,
also wanted to
uh,
clarify that leveling up, I
no,
don't necessarily use that term leveling up. That's why I created glowing up. Because I think glowing up is more so something that happens internally. I think leveling up to me, it's something that sounds very superficial because it's something exterior instead of something inside. But also, I wanted to clarify the statement that no, divesting is correct. It's not divesting from the community. It's divest. It could be divesting from the culture in which you are in, but it does not mean that you still, like the Janaya said earlier, divesting from black men does not mean divesting from Caribbean men, divesting from African men, divesting from men of color, but divesting from the mindset of black men and saying that, hey, I'm not just going to stick to this particular dating route. So I did want to clarify my statement with that. Go ahead. Was that Neo that was about to speak? I'm sorry.
yes. Okay. I had
Okay, go ahead,
it's just
Neo.
something that's really kind of doesn't sit well with me. I'm still trying to figure out how we're associating level up with the term divestment, because as far as I can tell, divestment means to deprive from, or to yeah, to take away from or make lesser. So I really don't get the context as to why those two words are associated with each other.
Well, I can I guess elaborate on that with the divesting. And I mean, yeah, leveling up has a negative connotation. I mean, it's left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth in the black YouTube spectrum. But as far as like divesting, well, you, like you said, take away from, or like to lessen. You're lessening. You're basically taking yourself out of a situation. You're taking yourself out of the mindset of people that happen to be in the community. But you're just not separating from the whole community. Basically, you're separating yourself from the all the dysfunction and the just very the very thing that makes black people look crazy on TV. Basically, all the yelling and the fighting and the ignorant stuff and the beefing and all that stuff. You're separating yourself from that. Basically, you're basically it's like it's kind. Oh, okay. I have a perfect analogy or example. So I,
But
I know I'm a nerd and I go back to all the Marvel stuff, but
I love
in one of
Marvel.
the
Please go in.
yeah, so um when Bruce goes to meet the one or the chosen one or something, is that bald lady, the monk, and you see the moment where he gets separated from the Hulk, and his astral form is in fact Bruce Banner, and the Hulk is just kind of like, he basically, because he has a dual identity type thing going on. So basically, you're taking that part of you that is basically Bruce, the part of you that is intellectual, a part of you that knows their shit. I'm sorry, but and then I'm separating it from the huge monster that is the black community's collective mindset. You're separating
So
yourself from that, basically.
so you have to neuter yourself.
Um, well, what do you mean
I mean,
neuter? Like you?
you're I mean, okay.
Abort yourself.
Well, no, I mean neuter. I mean like literally cut your genitalia off. I'm not mixing my words here. I'm being very literal. You have to neuter yourself from who you are.
I mean,
I mean, because we're
no,
not
it's not.
we're
It's
not
not who
usually.
you are. No, it's really not who you are. The fact that we're on the fact that all of us are on this panel means we're already separate from basically the collective mindset of we're separating from the culture, which that could be attributed to who you are if you're a part of black culture, but it doesn't mean it has to be the end all be all of you. You can still separate yourself from that part of the culture. There's still a lot of people are forgetting Poogie and Ray Ray isn't all that black people have. We still have all those beautiful R&B songs and shows from the 90s, and so we can still love that stuff, and we can still love things about black culture, like, you know we can find healthier ways to make soul food. I've seen it done before, and just we kind of like cleanse ourselves, really, because the Hulk was seen as a disease throughout the entire Marvel franchise. Even though he was fun to look at and he was doing all this stuff, he was technically not really supposed to be there. He was an accident, you know, and and when we got to see him and Bruce separated, it put things into perspective. Is that dual personality, that's a part of him, and he but he can control it, and he did learn to control it, because like the whole franchise, he didn't really know how to control the Hulk, or make him or pure, I guess, like purify and cleanse him, and there was a time in Thor Ragnarok where he was literally trapped as the Hulk forever. He just took control of him, and when he regained control after like Endgame or something like that, he was the nerd Hulk. He combined his nerdy self with with the strengths of the Hulk. So he basically played up the strengths of the Hulk as well as the intellect of Bruce, and made it something positive. And everybody thought
Yeah,
it was
you're
funny
talking
to look
about the
at because he had.
yeah, the
Hmm?
Gray Hulk
Right.
when he
Guys,
was
if
gray.
we
Yeah,
have
I,
definitely
I
that was a good point, and I like seeing the Hulk in
hmm.
that regard as well. Sir Anthony, some people in the chat are asking for you to weigh in. So if your mic is working, I definitely would love to hear your voice tonight. And I don't think God fearing has spoke either. So if everyone else could please, while the two gentlemen that joined the panel, because yeah, people are asking, so I would definitely love to hear their input. Definitely, thank you.
Are they speaking? Because I don't hear them.
I don't hear them either. I don't know what happened. I think
Maybe
I
they're
don't know.
mute.
They're still here in the stage. No, they're on mute from my end. From my end, they are
Can you hear me, Sister
their
Meg?
mic
Sister
is
Megan,
good, but
can you hear
sir,
me?
yes, I
Yes,
hear
we can
you,
hear you
Sir
now.
Anthony. Yeah, I can hear you.
Wow.
Great, perfect. Yes, so please go ahead and contribute to the conversation. We appreciate you. And God fearing, if you were trying to tap in, go ahead and come out and come back in. Thank you. Definitely did not mean to neglect you guys, but let's go ahead and let them have a good say because they've been really sitting quietly. Thank you. Everybody else, please put your mics on mute. Thanks, Sir Anthony.
Well, thank you. But I was really in listening mode. I thought I just spoke a little while ago, and I didn't want to cut anyone off. However, I'm still not clear on the divestment culture thing altogether. You did clarify that a bit, Sister Omega, but is anyone on the panel in disagreement to this divestment culture idea that we're speaking of so far?
Divestment is not just for women. Men can divest as
I,
well. It all depends on
I'm familiar
how
with
you
the
interpret it.
I'm somewhat familiar with like the idea of divestment culture because, like I say, I'm on these YouTube channels, and I know it goes both ways. But are we in disagreement with it? Why are we talking about it? Like I said, I did come in 3 hours late, so someone have to catch up to speed.
Got it, got it. Well, I'll give the quick spiel. I gave it to Mr. CA about an hour and a half ago, but the quick spiel is there was a comment that received some heavy traction on the shoe make video that I did yesterday. I don't know if you listened to the live, but we did a special live last night, and I actually
I came in late on that too.
called
Oh no, I
for
think I'm sorry.
okay. I think were you late on it, but the playback is up. So I did call for the person who is that content creator, that host. I called for him to come to the show last night, but he didn't. But one of the person that did had serious traction with her comment. She responded. She called me today and she said she didn't want to, talk about it. So she came on the chat. She was the guest, she was here for the first, I believe, 2 hours, and basically she told her story, which was the same thing that she told on the channel, because his video was about how Black women are basically waking up and were divesting because Black men have made them feel that they're basically they're not as valued as other races of women. And so her comment received a lot of traction because she told a story about how she met her husband the same night that she met this other Black gentleman, and he basically he called her the next day. He followed up and he continued on with his pursuit of her, whereas she never heard from the Black man. And today when we were talking on the phone, this woman has an incredible story, and she's a beautiful woman, and she's been married now for 14 years to her non-Black husband. And even she said that she didn't necessarily see she doesn't think that divestment from the Black culture in a whole is a solution, but she does wholeheartedly believe that Black women should open their options and realize when they are basically excluding other races of men that could be great mates for them. And so I was, the conversation kind of got steered a bit because we were talking about, standards. And of course, first dates came into about standards, and then the standard, how these, like you say, you stay on the YouTube streets. I like to say the YouTube country clubs, but you know how these conversations get, it's slippery slope. And then before we
Yes.
knew it, we were just kind of, all handling our grievances away from the topic. But I will like to
But
say this.
are
I will
are
like
we
to
in
say this.
in
Go
general?
ahead.
Are we in disagreement to the idea? Because I don't see anything wrong with the idea.
I don't think
Either way,
in
male or
general
female.
there was a disagreement. What in general is that what I think, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but what I think is that the men want to make sure. I just think that generalization hurts everybody, So I think the
True.
men want to understand, want to make it clear that
when a woman is divesting, it's not divesting from all black men, because it's not like you have the problem with all black men. So you don't want to characterize all black men with saying, this is why I'm divesting, because all black men have this particular mindset, or this particular wanting to be low standard, want low standard black when it comes to black women. And I think, women are just saying, we are saying, some of us are saying that that's not necessarily what it means, but no one should be offended if that's where it goes. You understand? Like, if that's how I
Well,
lean, I don't want it to be misunderstood as me saying, hey, I'm doing this because all black men were not
well,
worthy, or what
you
have you. So
you
I
mentioned that
think that's where we are.
women are. You mentioned that women are waking up. I think men and women are waking up to some things, and I think in 2021 we should be beyond the point where we're concerned about what other people think. So
Mm.
if someone wants to divest, and they divest because they think I as a black man am not good enough or whatever, I'm not. Let them have their way. I'll help them over the fence if they want to go over the fence, and let people do what they want to do. That's where I'm at this point in time. I haven't always been in that place, but I'm at that place now.
I think we're vibing. I think we're vibing as usual, Sir Anthony. I believe I am too. God fearing. I just dropped the link again, so I hope you got it. And I loved something that Neo actually brought up earlier, when it, and I think Sir touched on this a couple of times as well. But I think that a lot of black men and women, we have a communication issue, and we don't have proper communication, things get lost in translation. Okay, I know that rhymed. I'm like a rapper. Y'all tell Nikki I'm coming for the throne. So, at any rate, I think when
Bruh.
we don't know how to talk to one another, um, it is frustrating. It is frustrating. I recently had a situation this of same thing, and I would hope that this particular platform can be a part or instrumental in figuring out ways that we can speak to one another with understanding, a little more kindness. Again, we don't know any of us personally. Nobody on this panel, like I said earlier, is anyone I have met personally. So I can't judge what's going on in your personal situation, even if I may know some of it. I can't judge it because I'm not there. And the same thing with myself. And I really I know earlier tonight I put someone off the panel. I don't know how that's going to come back, but I want it to be very well understood and clear that all I ask here is respect.
Like I
Respect.
say, I come from the manosphere, and if I can be respectful in this space, I think anyone
Thank
can be
you.
respectful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Anthony. You're
Word,
always
sis.
such a gentleman. Welcome back to the panel, God fearing. If you wanted to add to this, I know you were sitting very patiently. So if you wanted to add to this conversation, go ahead. I'm back on mute.
Hey everybody, I was listening to earlier in a convo like about a dating. So usually me for the past few years, I prefer like older women. So I've been in a relationship with people with degrees and stuff like that. But sometimes, like I said, that can be like compatible because the problem with the dating sometimes with the dating stuff, especially nowadays, it's like it's too much competition. You know, it's too much competition. Like and I'm like another point I'm gonna make. If I'm going out in the world, I got to battle with the world, like, and I got to come home and battle with my woman. I mean, she not compatible with me. I mean, how can I win like that? So that's some of the problems, in the dating field that people don't, they don't speak on enough. You know, because me as a man, like I said, I want, some submission, and then like I said, compatibility. I mean, it's good for a woman to have, be educated, but uh, that's for her, because it's some woman, like I said, like I said, they speak down. That's another thing, like about Sir and Bo was talking about earlier. That's another thing when they said the women are not protected, but it's black men that's talked down on by their own woman when they should be like their biggest fan. So that's another problem.
Facts.
Yeah, because like I said, somebody on Facebook sent me a post, and like I said, it hit home because I be seeing it a lot. And the post, said that I don't know all of what a post said, but it said she understood as a black woman it's good to uplift a man and to speak life into him, stuff like that, which is true because like I said, a mate, whether it's a regular relationship or a wife, if you're not speaking, uplifting me, I mean, what good is it? So that's some of the problems, in the dating field. Like I said, it's not talked about a lot, but it's the issue because, like I said, if my
That's
woman put me down,
yeah.
you go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't know if I know I always tell my age when I talk about, media and influences and that sort of thing. But I remember growing up, there was a show called Married with Children, and I
Uh,
absolutely hated it. I hated it. My family loved it. They would sit around and watch it. One of the guys that was on it, the main star, he was actually on Modern Family. I don't know if you guys watched that, but just for a point of reference. But he's a funny comedian. He's a really funny comedian. But let me tell you why I hated it. I hated it because I just felt like his wife was they had such a weird relationship, and it was such the opposite of what I saw on the Cosby Show. I saw Cliff and adoring and admiring Claire, and I saw the beautiful children in the family, and like I said, I related a lot to it because I come from a family of five, and I'm the youngest as well, so I was Rudy, and we're literally the same ages, and it was the same rundown. And also Married with Children, it was just such a disconnect because Pam always wanted money. Pam, I think, was the wife, and she was actually in real life, she was married at one point to Steven Seagal, the martial arts actor,
He's not
and also a
martial
member of
artist. I'm
Mensa.
sorry.
Steven Seagal is. And so you said what?
He is not a
Wait, is
martial
I
Married
artist.
didn't
with
hear you.
Children the one with Damon Wayans?
No, married with children. No, that's
No,
my wife
that's
and
Married with
kids. Married
Kids.
with
Oh,
children
My
is
wife and
with
kids.
the
Yeah.
yeah, is with and
Yeah.
her name was Peg on the TV show.
Her name was
Joan,
Peg, right? And she was
yeah,
always mean to him. And
smoking,
she
and she
would
couldn't
say,
cook or nothing,
oh
and
yeah, she
horrible
was
to
smoking,
him.
she was crude, she didn't cook. And so to me, that's why when I get these conversations now and people are like, oh, black men talking, and black women are, talking bad. I'm just like, wow, I didn't grow up with that. Like, I honestly thought and I'm going to just be very 100% real with y'all. I honestly thought that wasn't true because again, because it's a reason why I always say I don't deal in generalizations. I deal on in specifics, because in my household, yeah, my mom talked to my dad that way, but I knew other families that's not how the mom talked to their, that's not the way the mom talked to the dad, and I didn't even know, like, there was no family in my community that was divorced. Like, all of the families on my street, everybody was two-parent families and that sort of thing. And so when I got into, like, my late teens was when I was like, oh, this is a reality for some communities, right? And so I think that what we have to start doing also as a culture is starting to latch on to the way that you train anybody up positively is with those affirmations and those representation of positive. And so you've got to give, because someone can't give you something they haven't had. It just doesn't work that way. Lord knows, I get it. And so that was when That's why I took that situation what Bo said so personally, because y'all don't realize I was as combative as you think I am, or you might think I am. When I was married, I was a terror. Man, that's why I said you won't get me saying nothing bad about my ex-husband, because living with me must have dang near killed him. You know, I was spoiled, I was entitled, I was a ugh, you know, I'd be like, ugh, just anything I could do. And when my ex-husband, when I got served with those divorce papers, that broke me. It really did. But I said, you know what? That saved me too. Because being divorced from the type of man that I was divorcing from, it helped me see who I was for the first time. Because I was married at 19. So I hadn't seen who I was since we had started dating. We started dating when I was 17 years old. I hadn't seen who I was for about 15 years. So where I am now is, and I like I said, I tell anybody, I'm not a therapist, but what I am is realistically, I'm trying to show that if I can change, anybody can change. And Bo, I see your comment, but no, you can say you're right. Take that. I'd rather you feel like you're right if that's what makes you happy. But again, um a lot in me has changed, because the Courtney and me before wouldn't have kept letting you back on the panel. Okay, the Courtney before would not have literally put your name up in my prayer closet a couple of times. Literally, I have. You know, the Courtney before just would not have had some peace in knowing that I'm not going to be able to please you, because the Courtney before wanted to get the um attention from multiple men. Now I know I'm only looking for one. I only want my husband to find me. So if this Courtney doesn't appeal to you, that's okay. That just means that Courtney is not for you, and that's okay. And let me tell you, years ago, Courtney would not have been okay with that. She wouldn't have been. I would have been a serious pick me. I would have been up in your email. I would have said, well, you know what? Let's see how we can, because I wanted men to like me. But yet it's still, I was home fighting with my husband, but I wanted other men to like me. Wow. My priorities were fucked up. So when I offer my stories, when I offer this up, I offer these as a cautionary tales. But and when you said earlier, sir, what you're willing to give up, I'm going to be very honest. I have an addiction to candles, and I'm willing to give that up, bro. If a man looks at my finances and say, Courtney, this is ridiculous. Glade is not going to appreciate it, but I'm willing. Yankee Candle will probably send him a letter and he'll be upset, but I'm willing to come clean with that. But I think that we do need to start thinking of ways that we can be more compatible, the ways that we can make compromises. And but we need to know that you're doing it the work for you, but we are doing it for the culture. It is going to take us willing to do the work. 10 years ago, Courtney didn't want to do the work. Oh, I worked real hard outside. I worked real hard on businesses. I worked real hard. But the work has to be done internally. It really does. So with that, I mute my mic. Everyone, please, it's been a great conversation, but it's been a long night. My babies and I, we're having a slumber party tonight. Sorry, sir. I'm not giving up sleeping. We're not going to give up sleeping together on Friday nights, but we don't sleep together during the week anymore. Okay. Thank you. So
Well, that's
my
some
future
growth. That's some
husband,
growth. I gotta clap that up too. I gotta clap that up too.
clap it up. My my husband listening, be rest assured we can at least have our bed together for most of those nights. So I'm gonna get in the bed with them. We do have an early morning. Anyone that would like to be a part of the MX Media Group panel about what's legacy got to do with it, please join us back here at 10:30 a.m. So everyone on the panel would love to hear your closing remarks. Just one thing you took away either from the panel or from the chat. And y'all know I love y'all. I'm going to say my glow up now because I'm putting myself on mute. So that means God fearing, you'll have the last word tonight. Everyone can please please speak as you appeared on the panel. So I think first that would be, who would that be, sir? That would be you, sir, first? Yeah. No, Sheed. If Sheed we here is still here, that would be Sheed we here first and then sir. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Sheet is in here.
I don't think so. That other icon looks like the thumbnail.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
God
well,
fearing, right?
Oh, the other, yeah, that icon is my thumbnail. I'm in two spots. I'm in from my phone and I'm on the laptop. So those are both me. So sir, that means you would go first, and then Taylor, then Diamond Princess. If you're still here, Diamond Princess, thank you so much. Diamond Princess, you were dropping gems all night tonight, sis. Definitely giving you some some glows for your crown. Thank you so much again. And once again, I just want to tell y'all, because I'm always going to pay homage to who deserves it. Diamond Princess was the first person to ever put me on a panel. And y'all, that meant a lot. So don't make me tear up tonight. But she was the first person to ever put me on a panel. And from there, I was asked to be on other panels. So I always want to thank you and salute you for that, Diamond Princess. Thank you. So, sir, you'll go first. Taylor the Natural, Diamond Princess, then Sir Anthony. I'm sorry, then Neo, then Sir Anthony. And last but not least, God Fearing. Thank you all.
I want to say, salute to everybody who's came on the panel and shared, part of the authentic self with us. You didn't hit the like button, hit the like button on your way out. Throw some glowers up. I think the thing I learned, well, I already knew this, like I was trying to tell y'all, is, I want to end my day with saying that if I could sing the players anthem chorus part, I would sing that right now for Taylor. Cause she trying to get chose. I'm trying to tell you, like she out here. She out here. She out here. She the truth. I'll tell you, like she the truth. And I respect it, not just because she's young, but just because with her being young, she doesn't let that stop her from expressing, her authentic self. Just like she just joined the group and she fits so well. To everybody else, like I just love the fact y'all spent y'all Friday night, you know what I'm saying? Y'all could be anywhere in the world, but you here with me. You know what I'm saying? But everybody be safe, be blessed, be certain.
Peace.
Thank you, Sir Senior. Before you go, just know that I did send you an email yesterday. You check your email, okay? But yeah. So my closing statement really is just it's just a fun fact. Omega, I don't know if you're listening, but I have an addiction too. I'm addicted to knowledge. I've learned that about myself over the past year, and I actually looked it up. I was like, what is the, because I know there's some kind of chemical that your brain releases when you learn something new. It produces a sense of euphoria, and that chemical is dopamine. And I was like, so I was like, that is what I've been feeling for a while now. I am not even kidding. I feel like I get high off these conversations because I guess being a sapiosexual and somebody who just needs constant mental stimulation from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep. And trust me, I get it from other places too, like music and stuff like that. But yes, that's those are my closing statements basically. Yeah. If any of you identify with me and how I feel about knowledge in general, being a lifelong learner is really like it's a blessing.
Wonderful.
Okay, so it's my turn to go. I just want to thank Omega Courtney for allowing me to be on her panels, and and we just developed a good relationship, in a couple of months. I was a very small YouTuber when I introduced her onto the panel, and we developed, a good friendship since. I just want to let everybody, know in the chat that be who you are as a person. If you want to divest, go ahead and divest, go work on yourself, because if that's something important in your life, go do it, because nobody, can change who you are or tell you what you are, because you're the only person that knows who you are as a person. Um, Another thing, and this is the last thing I'm going to go, communication is key. We have to learn how to communicate, especially when you're dating, so that you can get an understanding of who you dealing with, with that person. So I just want people, to, glow up, because, I know I said level up earlier. I got to correct, my pronunciations when I'm on the, this Queen's channel. It's glow up. But I just, want you guys, to have a, a safe new year. You know, I hope you guys are going to do well on your journey, and just be yourself. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Omega Courtney.
All right, is that my cue? Yes, maybe. Anybody?
I think you're next, Brother Neo.
All right, just wanted to make sure. Didn't want to be rude and jump in front of somebody.
Yep, it's all you, Brother Neil. Go ahead. Let it glow, bro.
All right, let me put some shine on here real quick. Ring my bell, because now I'm parked, and all of my voodoo can come out. I got a lot of opinions about a lot of different things, but tonight, um, I have to say, I've never been more in stitches than tonight. I mean, 5 hours of laughing my whole ass off, only because I know that I am definitely not alone in wanting to excel our community, Black folks. Divestment or not, I got my angst about using that term altogether, because for me it seems incomplete. You're going to divest, but divest from what? But that's going on another tangent. But what I got out of tonight um, was the sheer passion for wanting to figure this whole thing out. It shows to me that there is still potential for us to find a way to start interlocking our cogs, getting our wheels turning, to start progressing out of the brain fuckery, the brainwashing that we still are suffering from. It's like we're finally actually treading water. We've paddled and paddled and paddled to the point where now we're finally making moves in a direction. Like it doesn't matter what direction we're going in. To me personally, as long as we're moving somewhere, we'll figure it out later. Just get it moving out of this stagnation that we've been in for so many generations. The only comparison I can have to have an opinion about that is the fact that I grew up with my grandparents, very, very close to my grandfather, especially, and seeing the type of things that he shared with me, the places that he took me, the experiences that he shared with me, the teachings that he passed down to me, shows that there's obviously a pattern of pain that for a long time we weren't even aware of. Now it seems like we are fully aware of the fact that there is a whole bullet hole that needs stitching up, and we're no longer settling for a band aid. We want progress. We want tangible relationships. We want structure. We want tradition. We want something of substance to hold on to in our relationships. Now we just have to figure out, well, how is it we can, I'm looking for the word here, we can go ahead and really cling to each other. What is it that we don't like about each other? What is it do we love about each other? And how can we change our love language with each other? What love language is my partner speaking to me? Do I need a translator? How do I upgrade my vocabulary so that I can speak my partner's language? These are the types of questions that kind of fizzle up in my mind after listening to this 5 hour debate. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. And with that, I'll say Asheo, which means power. I wish power on all of us. Asheo.
I'll share your brother. Thank you for having me on the panel, Sister Omega. Once again, I came into the stream late. It's the full 5 hours, but I was caught up in the title. Divestment cultures, for me, in my experience in these channels, has always meant, for the most part, divesting from Black men primarily. And it also goes both ways. Whereas though there are some men that want to divest from Black women. When I look in the mirror, I like what I see. And, I like the furtherance of that. So I'm not fully of the idea of divesting from Black men or Black women. And with that being said, I'd like to kill the language. The language itself has to be attacked and resisted if we're really serious about coming against it. I said earlier that I support anyone that wants to divest. You're of your own mind, do what you have to do. But I'm really not in support of divesting from the community, Black men or Black women. Now, to me, it got a little dicey there because I heard it being said that we're not necessarily divesting from, Black men or Black women. We're just divesting from certain elements of the culture that are not like us, the Pookies and the Ray Rays. And that's where things get all muddied up. And then you have all these nuances, and then you're all in confusion. The whole language of divestment to me isn't helpful. It's non-productive, and that is what I would like to attack. I'm going to be on record for saying that I'm not with that. So, I'm a Black man, married to a Black woman. Always like Black women, always loved Black women. So, I'm not going to be the guy that really can be sold on divestment. But do what you will at the end of the day. Live your life, I live mine. I just hope that we can all find some happiness at the end of the day. Thank you for having me, Sister Omega, and good night.
Okay, I guess I'm last. Okay, Omega. I always like being on your panel. You know, it's always a blessing. It's a breath of fresh air from what I'm used to on these other panels on YouTube. Or the beef and stuff, and tearing each other down. But yeah, just my closing remark is I'm not against other race. Like if people want to go outside the race, I mean that's on them. But I've dated other races too. So no problems with it. But people do work for them. But one thing I'm gonna leave with people is just do what work for you. Do what make you happy. Choose for yourself, and don't let others choose for you. Don't let family, your past, or co-workers or your boss, anyone else, don't let them choose for you, because that way you won't really be happy. You truly be happy. You choose for yourself. Choose who makes you happy. So that's that. So I mean, like I said, I love my black sisters, but if another race, if that's who I choose to be with, that's me. I'm not in the form of see, this 2021, so we're not in the 80s or 90s no more, so on the 70s. So more people are choosing for themselves, and they're not really needing their families or anyone else's approval. So you know I'm gonna leave that there. And another point I'm gonna make real quick is your mate, for the ladies, be a man's biggest fan. Don't, if he's like starting a business or whatever he's doing, long as, like I said, it's positive, you support him and speak highly of him. I mean, long as he's doing the same for you. Because like I said, last thing a man needs is a woman that he got to come home to after, battling against the world, that's not a team player on it, on his team. You should be his biggest fan. So uh, that's about it. I'm gonna drop out, and I said it was a pleasure hearing all of y'all perspectives on relationships and communication. So once again, Omega, thank you. I'll catch you later. All right.